Dee doo 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 doo.
Well, comedy is essentially anything that makes you laugh. That itself can come in many forms and genres, ranging from stand-up to talk shows to films, all the way to inside jokes you have with your friends. With all these different mediums where you consume comedy, very few people have ever tried to create something funny themselves. And if you ever do, you realize it's very, very hard. None of your ideas are original. None of your sentences are interesting. And whenever you think you have at least something funny, when you say it out loud, you get flashbacks to Hamlet in high school English. Even if you wake up in the morning and decide you're going to become funny by learning the rules of comedy, that ends up being about as useful as deciding to become good at math by remembering the numbers. In reality, the way that funny people make something funny is not by filtering content through an elaborate rule set and having jokes come out the other end, but by starting with one tiny idea, even just a word, and building on it. They take one boring sentence and turn it into one interesting sentence, then into a funny sentence, then into a punchline, then they add a setup to get there, then they do it again and again, continually regrouping and rehashing material until finally they have something to perform or a show to release. But if you're sitting there with a blank Word document or empty thoughts, wondering how you're going to write anything creative, how do you even come up with even an original boring sentence, let alone an interesting one or a real joke? And that brings us to the first goal of comedy writing, which is going from literally nothing to something, anything that's funny. And that means starting with the simplest possible form of joke, which is a setup to establish a premise and a punchline that breaks the audience's expectations. So let's take the easiest type of setup that you get every day, which are questions. So here's a question.
What's the most complex thing you do in your kitchen?
So now the problem here is not only do you have to break the audience's expectations, you have to do it in a way that still fulfills the initial premise the setup has established, otherwise the joke isn't funny. And this creates a comedic dilemma. Out of the infinite number of things you could respond with, some are funnier than others, so how do you generate and narrow down the range? And the first thing you need to do is establish what are the audience's expectations, and in this case it's very obvious. It's something you would physically do in a kitchen, but more complex than usual. So let's start generating responses by adding an additional layer each time. What is the most complex thing that you do in your kitchen? Make a big cake? This is literally the most complex thing you've done, and it's not funny. Build a giant rocket ship. This might be the most complex thing you can think of done in a kitchen. Again, not funny. What is the most complex thing that you do in your kitchen? Make microwave noodles. This breaks the audience's expectation of complex. It's not that funny, but it is interesting. Argue with my wife. This breaks the audience's expectation of what is usually done in a kitchen. It's not that funny, but it's interesting. What is the most complex thing that you do in your kitchen? Sometimes I ask myself if a half carton of eggs is considered a meal. This breaks the audience's expectations that what you were doing was physical and their expectation of complex, and it's sort of funny. So then what if you broke the expectation of complex, the expectation of physically doing something, and the expectation of what is usually done in a kitchen?
I think kind of sort of cream units. Have you been a kitchen salesman? What's the most complex thing you do in your kitchen?
You think? Worry about death?
So after generating a joke, the next step in building something comedic is one of the most important, which is delivery, or how you tell the joke. The reason this is so important is because no matter how well a song is written, if you can't sing, the song is going to be complete garbage. And this is a lot harder than you think, because for good delivery, you also need a good setup. Here's an example of a bad setup and bad delivery, which comes quite naturally. I have a problem right now. I have too much pickle juice left over at home. So what I've been doing is putting the extra pickle juice on my sandwiches to make them taste better. So this joke is actually technically structured correctly. You establish a premise, you state your position on it, which sets an expectation, and then you break the expectation in a way that still satisfies the premise. Setup, punchline. It's technically a joke. The issue is that it doesn't flow at all. It sounds like I'm reading the joke. The language is super boring. The audience is confused because after the second sentence, everyone is wondering why you have too much pickle juice, not what you're going to do with it. So you have to close that loop before moving on to the punchline. In essence, it doesn't sound right and it doesn't make sense. Here's a better version.
I have a situation in my apartment right now. I have a surplus of pickle juice in my apartment. Too much pickle juice. After the pickles, I don't like throwing out the pickle juice. It just feels wasteful. So lately I've been dipping my fingers in the pickle juice and I flick it on my sandwiches for flavor.
So a key takeaway that all comedians employ is always committing to the joke. If you start mumbling or lose confidence in your delivery, the audience always senses it and you lose them. You see that a lot when someone is telling a joke or story in conversation because they're trying to gauge their audience's reaction to see if they're still listening, which is a mistake. You have to always tell the joke with the assumption everyone is going to listen because that's what makes people want to listen. If people still ignore you or interrupt, you have to rethink the material, not deliver the joke more timidly, hoping for encouragement. Here's a segment of one of Louis C.K.'s bits where the delivery is the crux of the joke. The most important part being his use of complete silence that most people would be scared to use out of fear they'd get interrupted.
I'll give you an example. Okay, like of course, children who have nut allergies need to be protected. Of course. We need to segregate their food from nuts, have their medication available at all times, and anybody who manufactures or serves food needs to be aware of deadly nut allergies. Of course. But maybe, if touching a nut kills you, you're supposed to die.
Of all people, you think you know the damage you can inflict from a misplaced nut. So one more example of good delivery is comedian Norm Macdonald, who often has jokes that fall in the category of so bad they're good, but he delivers them with so much confidence you know it's absolutely calculated. Here's an example.
There's this 2-hour season finale of Melrose Place. There's this movie coming out.
Yes.
Title undetermined at this point.
Chairman of the board.
Oh, all right. Do something with that, you freak.
I bet the board is spelled B-O-R-E-D.
So once you have a setup and a punchline and you can deliver it well and get a laugh, you have to be able to revise the joke. One of the most important techniques that you can use to improve your comedic writing and speech is increasing your specificity. For example, saying, "There I was in my car, hoping it was powerful enough to make it up the hill," isn't nearly as funny as "There I was in my four-door Fiesta, hoping the gradient wouldn't crack 15 degrees. Or saying, "That's the saddest thing I've ever seen," is not nearly as funny as "Sadder than a club-thumbed girl who loves pistachios." A little bit niche there, but you get the idea. For another example, if someone asks if I love football, I could say, "Yeah, one of the higher-ups in the NFL could kick a kid with his shoes on and I'd still watch the game on the weekend." Which isn't very funny, it's actually kind of mean. But when you're a lot more specific,
what they would have to do to get me to stop watching.
Because you love football. You want football.
The commissioner could literally punt a baby across his office with his wingtips on. I'm still going to watch on Sunday.
and what you might notice there is the language Bill Burr uses is actually far more brutal than what I used, but it's somehow way funnier. And what you'll find is that in refining a joke and adding specificity to make the punchline hit harder, you run the risk of offending the audience. As an example, if you replace the word punt with kill in the previous example, it is absolutely not funny at all, even though you would literally accomplish the same thing. Which brings us to one of the most useful rules of thumb in comedy, which is no subject is off limits as long as your joke is funnier than it is offensive, and Pepsi doesn't pay your bills. The theme being, you can't laugh and be offended at the same time. So, in addition to specificity, the next element that is essential to good delivery is the cadence of the joke. This is an area where literary skills are actually useful because, to me, cadence is just as much about how you write the words as it is about how you say the words. And there's really no way of teaching this because what you're aiming for is the precision of writing with the fluency of speech. And this is why most stand-up comedians improvise their setups and have their punchlines memorized to the word. Ultimately, you just have to practice a lot, read a lot, listen a lot, and you get better because it's fundamentally a matter of taste. The same way an experienced decorator sees colors and shapes go together, you're trying to do the same thing with words. One of my favorite exercises is taking common feelings that are difficult to express and then shortening them down to be brief and punchy, which is what a lot of the wordier British comedians do. An example is, instead of saying feeling sad in hindsight, you could use debilitating retrospection or sadness when I remember. Instead of not bad, you could use repressing melancholy. These are the techniques that got us internet cliches for always sad, like crippling depression and constant despair, which are now all common parlance in the British and Canadian lifestyle. So I think with that, anyone can get started building something funny. It might only be enough to write one line that's worth a laugh, but that's where you start. Literally, that's where you start. One day you'll find yourself with 4 or 5, and then you can use the same techniques to tie them together into something bigger. Eventually, you might get to the point where you need to learn further skills to realize a bigger goal, like how comedians such as Bo Burnham went from singing funny songs on YouTube to an entire hour-long musical performance, and then to directing his own movie. Or how The Simpsons started as shorts that weren't even that funny, and then went on to be the most celebrated cartoon ever made. And really, for myself, the thing that I love the most about comedy compared to most visual or literary arts is that you can't fake it. You can write bad fiction, make uninteresting paintings, or take cliche photos. Because art is subjective, you can shelter your ego from criticism and even think you're profound because no one could or cares to prove you wrong. But when it comes to comedy, if you're not good, no one laughs. No one has a good time. No one says, well, at least I think you're talented. And you realize it's not the world that doesn't get it, it's you. And what I think the pursuit of being funny does best is show that it isn't about giving up or trying again, it's about giving up or getting better. So I guess I'm saying comedy is like cancer. So I'll leave it at that.
Louis C.K. is one of the most respected comedians in the world, and part of it is because he seems so effortlessly funny. There's no big action like with Jim Carrey or Robin Williams, no elaborately clever setups, just simple truths that make audiences crack up.
Kids are mean, and it's because they're trying it out. They look at a kid and they go, you're fat. And then they see the kid's face scrunch up and they go, ooh, that doesn't feel good to make a person do that. Right. But they got to start with doing the mean thing. But when they write you're fat, then they just go, that was fun. I like it.
But it's not that simple, because while the truth can make for great art, it isn't always funny. Louis, though, has developed a way of delivering his stories and jokes in packages that are very different from what we do. And because of that, he's able to create hilarious moments from everyday comedy. So today, we're going to explore 3 of Louis' most common techniques that are going to allow you to make just about anything that you say funnier. For instance, one of the most basic yet difficult things that Louis does is to nail his timing. And that means specifically that after his jokes, he leaves a beat for people to laugh. Check it out in this next clip.
Yeah. Google pearl necklace. Yeah. You'll see a bunch of pearl necklaces and... Yeah.
This might seem like a small thing, but it is absolutely critical, because unless a joke is hilarious, people will need dead airspace that cues them to laugh. And using this space often allows Louis to get double from his punchlines, meaning that first he leaves that space before a punchline and he gets a laugh, and then again he finishes his point and people laugh. So take a look at this next clip and you'll notice that the first laugh comes as Louis pauses, and the second one comes when he actually says the punchline that people were anticipating.
And then the kid from the other, he took his other hand had a paper bag, and he put the glue in, and he huffed it, and his eyes rolled back, and he got high. And then the group kept going, and I couldn't believe what I just saw. That the misery in this country at that time was so calculable and so predictable that this guy thought, my shoe's broken. Oh, there's a child. He's sure to have some glue in his hand.
So you can see that silence is a very important ingredient to humor. The problem is that many beginning comedians, and maybe even yourself, typically try to fill any silence that they hear because they think that they're bombing, that people do not like their jokes. And unfortunately, this is exactly the opposite of what they ought to do. For an example of how over-talking can actually hurt your sense of humor, watch this earlier clip of Louis C.K. He's doing stand-up and he blazes through a number of punchlines which could be funny, but don't get much reaction because they don't have a chance to hit without a moment of silence.
I'm doing okay. Actually, I just got over the flu, which was kind of crappy. But the worst part is that I smoke. And I think that's what the stupidest you feel about being a smoker is when you're sick and you still smoke, you know? No matter how sick you are. I mean, you can wake up in the morning, you're coughing up little furry animals, you know, you're coughing up tickets to the ice capades, but you're really in bad shape, but first thing you reach for is a cigarette. Jesus. And you finish it. You'll force yourself to smoke all day long no matter how much you hurt.
And in case you're wondering, even comedians that are well known for being fast talkers purposely leave space for the audience to catch up and laugh. Check out this clip of George Carlin and notice how the audience is quiet when he's speaking, but catches up and laughs when he stops.
I'm a non-believer and an overachiever, laid back but fashion forward, up front, down home, low rent, high maintenance, supersized, long-lasting, high-definition, fast-acting, oven-ready, and built to last. I'm a hands-on, foot-loose, knee-jerk head case, prematurely post-traumatic, and I have a love child who sends me hate mail.
I say all of this to make one major point. A critical component of humor is leaving space for people to get the joke. And in a group of friends, that means that you can come across as funnier if you just stop speaking after you've cracked a joke. But of course, this feels like it can backfire because you might hear crickets and an awkward silence if the joke doesn't go over well. So to avoid this, you need to combine that short bit of silence, usually only as long as it takes to take one breath, with another technique. And this is a technique that Louis uses all the time. It turns dead jokes into riots, and it's the repeat punchline, like this.
The joke was that the basic premise was that I think we don't need to keep making porn. There's enough porn.
So this is the first punchline and the one that Louis is going to riff on. We have too much porn. The first time it gets only a few chuckles in the audience, but watch how Louis expanding on that punchline will get more laughs each time.
So much porn. If we stopped, no one would run out. No one's gonna see it all and go, what else? No one's gonna, it's not like Harry Potter, but then what? It's not, yeah.
So the lesson here is yes, to give a slight bit of silence and not crowd the end of your jokes, but also don't abandon your jokes prematurely. Sometimes when you get a small laugh, all you need to do is add more absurdity or descriptiveness in a repeat punchline to make people crack up. And while this technique can save jokes that are dying, it's especially powerful on jokes that are already working. Watch how often Louis loves to repeat these punchlines when jokes are just killing it. Typically, he does it in groups of 3.
Running with the devil! Just fucking, and in about 10 seconds, everything just and I'm like, oh shit. This is an ordeal now. I'm not gonna feel okay for a very long time. Women try to compete. They're like, well, I'm a pervert, you know now. I have really sick sexual thoughts. No, you have no idea. You have no idea. Because see, you get to have those thoughts. I have to have them.
laugh as soon as Louis hits his third and most specific elaboration on the punchline. They know that that's the big one. And if you take this into your own life, you can repeat your own punchlines or build on punchlines that your friends have said, which typically makes them feel good. And we talk about that more in another video, which I will link to in the description. So if you want to check that out, click the button in the top right or the description. Anyway, main idea here is that repeating a punchline in more absurd terms is a great way to milk the humor in any situation and instantly become funnier, because you don't need new material, just more of what's working. But there is one last piece that is worth mentioning from Louis, because it allows him to get as much from his punchlines as possible. And it's that he doesn't just tell the punchline, he shows it, like in these clips.
Sometimes I'm like sitting in an airport or wherever, and I remember that moment, and I go, ugh. Makes me feel upset, and I look at things that I know are gonna upset me. You know, I guess I just like the hit from going, oh, yeah. You know, like I'll go on my computer and I'll like Google an image that I don't want to see, so then I see a whole wall of it. Yeah. You know, like big dicks with nails in them.
So you can see in those clips that Louis is physically embodying the joke, but also when he's speaking, he will take you into the present text. So rather than summarizing what someone said or what he said, he shows you in real time exactly as it was.
I don't know if you ever call 911 and you don't realize until they answer how you shouldn't be calling 911. 911, tell us your emergency. I'm sorry, very sorry to be bothering you. This doesn't qualify. Lady's like, sir, what's the problem? I said, there's just a bat in my house, and I don't like it.
It's worth mentioning that Louis isn't much of a physical comedian, but these tiny bits of acting, of showing a physical reaction or acting out a scene, push many of his bits over the edge into hilarious, and it's something that we can all do. So when you're taking a humorous angle, don't simply say, I told her that she was crazy. Show people. Say it in the tone that you said it. Make the face that you did at the time and act it out with your hands and body. You'll be surprised by how much more humorous this makes every joke you tell and every story. Now, clearly, Louis is doing much more than this. All of his bits are well practiced, even in interviews. But here's a quick recap of 3 very simple things that you can do right now to make all of your jokes and stories funnier. First, don't crowd the funny pieces. Give them a bit of breathing room. And the time that it takes to take a breath is usually enough space.
Adding humor as you're talking with people can be a risky business, but it can also add interest and sparkle to your conversations. People like, listen to, and trust more to those who make them laugh. A study conducted by Jeffrey Hall, who's a researcher from the University of Kansas, observed 2 different men having conversations with people out in public, and afterwards he interviewed the people about how they felt about these 2 men. The first man, who was considered extremely smart, had a poor performance in trying to be funny, and the second man actually had an average intelligence and demonstrated he had a great ability to make people laugh in his conversations. Surprisingly, at the end, he discovered that many of the people that talked with these 2 guys all perceived that the second man, who was funnier, came off as more intelligent than the first man. This could really be a problem in many life situations, such as if you're trying to talk with a girl and they start to feel that you have a poor sense of humor. Isn't that right, Jake?
Absolutely, Chris. Humor is perhaps one of the
6 years ago, I was sitting out with some friends in New York City when I got a notification on my phone, and I was surprised to find that I had a text message from my grandmother. I was surprised because my grandmother at the time was 78 years old, and she had never sent a text before. And I will tell you, the first text was adorable. It read, Dear Andrew, trying out texting, love your grandma. It's like, aw, she thinks it's a letter. So I sent her a message back. I was like, hey, Grandma, it's a text. You don't have to include all that. Her response was, Dear Andrew. Okay, love your grandma. My favorite part is that it's always love your grandma. Like if it was love grandma, I'd be confused. If it was like, Dear Andrew, have a good time in Texas, love grandma, I'd be like, grandma? Who's grandma? But my grandmother's still figuring some things out. A couple of years ago, I went to Switzerland for some work, came back, sent a message to my grandmother. I was like, hey, Grandma, just got back from Switzerland. Her response was, Dear Andrew. Switzerland, question mark, WTF. Right? So I called my grandmother up and I was like, Grandma, what do you think WTF means? And she was like, oh, well, someone at Bridge told me it means, wow, that's fun. I was like, that is exactly what it means. So I'm not going to explain that to my grandmother. But over time, I've come to realize that I think the world would be a happier place if more people thought WTF. If more people were like my grandmother and thought, wow, that's fun. Because in 2012, I left my corporate job at Procter & Gamble to teach people about the value of humor. I've worked with more than 35,000 people at more than 250 organizations on how to be more productive, less stressed, and happier using humor. But when people hear what it is that I do, they are a little bit skeptical. Because no one thinks of humor as a bad thing. Is there anyone here that doesn't like to laugh? Anyone that's like, no, I hate feeling joy in my body? No, right? People think of humor as a nice to have. Oh, if I enjoyed my work more, if I had some fun, it would be great. But if not, oh well. The reality is that humor is a must-have. In today's overworked, underappreciated, stress-filled, sleep-deprived culture, humor is a necessity. Because humor gets people to listen, it increases long-term memory retention, it improves understanding, aids in learning, and helps communicate messages. It also improves group cohesiveness, reduces status differentials, diffuses conflict, builds trust, and brings people closer together. It does these things, and this stuff, and on and on and on. And it's all backed by research, case studies, and real-world examples. And these are some impressive benefits, right? Humor can help you to look better, live longer, and make it rain, right? Because people who use humor are paid more. And anyone can learn these benefits, right? Because when I talk to people about humor or comedy, sometimes they're intimidated. That event that I went to in Switzerland a couple years ago that made my grandmother say WTF, it was to speak at a conference, and one of the other speakers at that conference was this gentleman. His name is Kevin Richardson. He's also known as the Lion Whisperer. If you've ever seen that YouTube video of a lion hugging a dude, that's this guy. He lives in South Africa. He raises lions from when they're really young, and they treat him as one of the pride. He's basically the human version of Rafiki from The Lion King. But Kevin and I were talking before the event, and he found out that I did stand-up comedy, and he was like, I could never do that. It's too scary. I was like, but you live with lions, right? As if telling a joke is somehow scarier than living with lions. But so many people have this perception as if the ability to make people laugh is somehow encoded in our DNA. But the reality is that humor is a skill. And if it's a skill, that means we can learn it. Because I am someone who has had to learn how to use humor. Because I've done over 1,000 shows as a stand-up comedian, improviser, storyteller, spoken word artist. I've spoken or performed in all 50 states in 18 countries and on one planet. I have fans in more than 150 countries based on people who have accidentally come to my website. I've been called hilarious and smart, at least that's what my mom says. And I've been seen on The Daily Show with Jon Stewart in the audience. I recently went to my high school reunion, though, and when people found out that I did stand-up comedy, they said, but you're not funny. And in some ways, they're right, because I would tell you that this is not the face of funny. Right? There's a lot that's funny about this picture. None of it is intentional. Right? I have the blonde tips up top like I wanted to be in a boy band. Right? The theme was Into a Dream. I am no one's dream in this picture. Because growing up, I was never the life of the party or the class clown. My senior year, my senior superlative, I was voted teacher's pet. And this is going to surprise many of you, but it's because I am a nerd. And if you're wondering what type of nerd, the answer is yes. Computer, math, sci-fi, Dungeons and Dragons, Star Wars, Star Trek, Starbucks, all of them. But most specifically, I'm an engineer. I went to The Ohio State University, got a degree in computer science and engineering. After I graduated, I started working at Procter & Gamble as an IT project manager. And that's what people expected me to do. Because based on my personality assessment, that's what it suggests I should be. It's a computer science engineer. But I have learned that we're not a personality assessment, because my assessment is I'm a type A, blue square, conscientious INTJ with the sign of Aquarius. That means I'm an ambitious, stubborn introvert who likes long walks on the beach. But I've learned we're not our personality assessments. They might give us insight into our behavior or tell us what motivates us or tell us which Disney princess we would be, Pocahontas. But they don't define us. Instead, we are defined by our actions. So I started doing comedy in college. My best friend there in the middle wanted to start an improv comedy group. He needed people and forced me to join. And as you can probably tell from this picture, we were not very good. At least to start out, we had no idea what we were doing. We watched Whose Line Is It Anyway and tried to repeat what we saw. And what I didn't have in comedy skill, I made up in comedy project management. I was like, all right, if we're gonna do this, we're gonna do it for real. We're gonna practice 3 times a week. We're gonna have a business meeting every Monday, and we're gonna go back and watch our shows as if it was game tape. And over the course of 2 years, we got better. We went from performing in the basements of residence halls to performing twice a week at a theater on campus, never really learning how to take a good picture. But that's how I learned the skill of humor, was through practice and repetition. And anyone can do these things. And you don't have to become a professional comedian to use comedy, but we can learn from the professionals. For example, from stand-up, we can learn about how to share your point of view, because Louis C.K. has a very specific way of seeing the world, which is different than Ellen DeGeneres, which is different than Tig Notaro, Dave Chappelle, or Chris Rock. Everyone has their own perspective. Like, some people tell me that I kind of look like the intersection of Hugh Jackman and Conan O'Brien. Other people are like, I kind of see David Tennant from Doctor Who. One woman told me once, she was like, I think you look like Justin Timberlake, but from here to here. And we're gonna ignore the guy that told me I look like Clay Aiken, right? Just completely, right? Everyone has their own perspective. And we can use that perspective as a way to connect with other people, right? We can use it to say, oh, we're alike. Like, how many people here like desserts? People love dessert. Like, I love desserts. I am obsessed with milkshakes. They're the most efficient form of dessert, right? Because they're the deliciousness of ice cream in an easy-to-consume form. Right? But I don't understand mint chocolate. I don't know if we have any mint chocolate fans. I don't understand mint chocolate because I've never been eating chocolate and been like, you know what would go great with this? Toothpaste. Right? We can share our perspective as a way to connect. We can also share our perspective as a way to make a point. Because I will tell you that I have always understood computers much more than I understand humans. Because when something goes wrong with the computer, you get an error message. When something goes wrong with a human, you get feelings. And things would be so much easier if humans came with error messages, wouldn't they? Like, say you're overworked, overwhelmed, a little bit stressed out, it would just pop up, warning, system overload. Please restart by taking a nap. Right? Because we all know naps are the human version of just turn it off and then turn it back on again. Some error messages you wouldn't even have to change. Like, say you're out flirting with a waitress, she's not really feeling it, it would just pop up, error. Unable to establish connection to server. Things would be so much easier. But the reality is that humans aren't computers, no matter how adorable they are, when they pretend to be.
Yeah, Uber Eats for DUI. That's his name.
Because it doesn't matter how much time we have if we never have the energy to do anything with it. From improv, we can learn how we can explore and heighten a point of view. Because the fundamental mindset of improvisation is yes and. It's how improvisers at UCB, Second City, and Comedy Sports make things up off the top of their head. And we can use that same thing. Take what they do, accept and build, explore and heighten, and say, if this is true, what else is true? Because it took me going to the state of...
I just started. This is my second order, so I don't know. I asked the guy at CVS and said he's busy. So, have you guys been crazy? Oh, okay. But it's slowed down now, finally, now?
Right, that blew my mind.
You're like, I'm done for the night.
It's like, that is incredible. When you say, if this is true, what else can be true?
Okay.
You could say,
Have a great night.
I
Have a
think
great
there
night.
should be a Hispanic factory in Dover that goes by Delaware. Or like, there could be a female internet detective in Biloxi who goes by Mrs. IP PI. And if this is true, what else is true? And we can use yes and to create humor. We can also use yes and as a way to connect with other people. We can think of that stereotypical small talk conversation where people are like, how about this weather? We can say yes, and if you weren't at this event right now, how would you be out enjoying the weather? And we can turn an awkward conversation into something that's more meaningful, where you learn about the person. Where it's like, oh, with beautiful weather, I go outside, or I go hiking or swimming, or if you're me, you stay inside because you're very pale. Right? I like to use SPF building. It's the best protection, right? We learn about people through yes and. We can also use a yes and mindset to have more fun. Because the reality is that the average person will work 90,000 hours in their lifetime. 90,000 hours. That's the entire length, the entire discography of Netflix. That is a lot of time. And we can say, yes, I'm going to work 90,000 hours, and I might as well enjoy it. Between my junior and senior year of high school, I worked in a factory, and I will tell you it was not a very exciting job. And at the time, I thought that I might in the future want to become an international hip-hop superstar. So to pass the time, I would think of rhymes in my head, and then I'd write them down in a notebook a little bit later. And I recently found one of those notebooks and discovered why I never became a hip-hop superstar. Because one of the rhymes was hydrogen plus oxygen 2, bonded together with covalent glue. What do you get? Just a thing called water. Yeah, it's steaming up and it's only getting hotter. It's the reason why I never became a hip-hop superstar, right? But it still helped me to pass the time, to create humor, to create fun. And finally, from sketch, we can learn about the importance of commitment to performance. Because the characters from Saturday Night Live, Key and Peele, Monty Python, they're so enjoyable because the actors are committed to the performance and they're confident in their presentation. Because it's kind of like dating, right? People tell you that they want to date someone who is confident, right? A couple years ago, I was hanging out with some friends at a bar and I saw this beautiful girl at the bar and they're like, oh, you should go and talk to her. And I was like, I can't do that. And they're like, why not? And I was like, I don't have game. And they're like, you don't need game, you just need confidence. But what they don't tell you is that they want that confidence in certain areas. Because no woman wants a man who's confident in math. And that's what I got. So I was like, all right, well, I'm going to try it. I'm going to try math pickup line. So I went up to the girl and I was like, hey, girl, are you a vertical asymptote? Because your beauty has no limits. She was like, what did you just say? So I tried again. I was like, hey, girl, are you opposite over hypotenuse? Because you're making me want to sin. She was like, I think you should probably leave. Right, so I left, right? But then a few hours later, I was like, oh, what I should have said was, hey, girl, you're way above average, don't be mean. And has that ever happened to you where you thought of something 4 hours after the event? That's actually a good thing. It's something called staircase wit. The idea of oh, this moment happens here, and then you think of this idea in the staircase. And that's a good sign because that means you have comedic instinct. And through practice and repetition, you can shorten the time that it takes to have that ha-ha moment from being 4 hours later to only 3 hours later to only 2 to 10 minutes to then happening in the moment. Because reflection on the past leads to action in the future. And so we become more comfortable, more confident using humor the more that we actually do it. It's like Amy Cuddy says, fake it until you become it. Now I know there's a couple of people that are like, all right, Justin Timberlake eyes, what if I'm not funny? Well, the truth is, if you have ever made someone laugh, even if it's because you tripped up the steps or going up the steps, you can still use humor. But even if you're not ready to try creating humor, you can still benefit from humor by being a shepherd of humor. Right? You can share quotations out. You can share a TED Talk that you enjoy. Or you can use images in your presentations. Because I will tell you, I did not take this picture. I did not go to Sri Lanka. I do not know this shepherd or any of these goats. Instead, I found it on Flickr under a Creative Commons license and shared it with all of you because I enjoyed it. Right? So we can do that. But even if you're not ready to create humor and you don't think that you can find something interesting on the internet, you can still use humor if you know how to smile. Because when we see someone else smile, we are primed to mirror that behavior with mirror neurons in our brain. And when we smile and they smile, we create a human connection. Other people are like, but what if no one laughs? What if I try humor and there's an awkward silence? Well, it's really only awkward if you spend time on it, if you dwell on it. The reality is that no one has ever been fired because of a bad joke. An inappropriate one, maybe, but not a bad joke. Because a bad joke is something like, I once had to miss class because of hypothermia. I was too cool for school. That's a bad joke. Right? An inappropriate joke is one that has an inappropriate subject, has an inappropriate target, or comes at an inappropriate time. But as long as we are positive and inclusive, we'll be okay. Because then if no one laughs at our joke, it's just now a positive and inclusive statement. Finally, people are like, but what if no one takes me seriously? What if people think of me as a jester or a clown? Well, if you're going to use humor at work, recognize that humor doesn't replace the work. right? Humor is like the salt of a meal. You wouldn't want to eat an entire meal of salt, would you? Because that would make you a horse. And do you want to be a horse? I say nay. Right? But no one, like, you can still use humor. As long as you're making it more productive, managers actually want it because they know that you're going to be more engaged and get better results. But let's say you work for an organization that says no fun whatsoever. The reality is that no one can control how you think. No one can prevent you from listening to a comedy podcast on your way home from work so that you relieve stress and show up more present for your family. No one can stop you from creating a Twitter account to write puns. No one can keep you from coming up with chemistry raps while you're working. The reality is that job satisfaction, your outlook, your way of managing stress is entirely your responsibility. And it's the choice that you make. And this is a skill of humor. It starts by sharing your point of view. And then we explore and heighten that point of view, and we yes and both our work and our life. And finally, we practice, perform, and repeat, because that's how we get better. And people can take an improv class, or you can try stand-up comedy, but we can also just be more aware of how we create humor every single day. And anyone can do these things. Because I would tell you the funniest person I know is my grandmother, the one that texts me, right? And she's elevated her game from texting to Facebook. She's now on Facebook, and she comments on every single one of my status updates. And I can't tell if my grandmother is the nicest, most sincere grandmother in the world, or if she is secretly trolling me. Because a couple of months ago, I posted, I'm trying to decide if I should become an athlete or a criminal, so I made a list of pros and cons. My grandmother's response was one word: funny. It's like, I don't know. Does she think it's funny, or is she messing with me? A couple weeks later, I posted, I think a cozy bar that serves figs would make for a plum date spot. My grandmother's response was, ha, comma, ha. And there's like something about the comma, and I'm like, she's messing with me. Then a couple weeks ago, I posted, converting the numbers 51, 6, and 500 to Roman numerals makes me livid. My grandmother's response was, hey, this one is actually good. Trolled by my own grandmother. It doesn't matter your age, your income, your perspective, your personality assessment, your senior superlative, or your celebrity doppelganger. Anyone can learn to be funnier. And it all starts with a choice to try to find ways to use humor, a choice to be like my grandmother, to look at the world around you and think, WTF. Wow, that's fun. Thank you.
Off talking about one thing, and then the other person twisted our words, and before we knew it, we lost our cool, lost respect in their eyes, and maybe even acted like a jerk. Now, I don't normally do the same person twice in a row, but this interview between Kathy Newman and Jordan Peterson was just too interesting of an opportunity to discuss how you can handle someone who uses subtle conversational tricks to bully you into looking dumb. So in this video, you're going to see firsthand some of the most common tricks that people might be using on you, and you're also going to learn how to reverse those so that you can walk out of a kind of aggressive situation having earned more respect than you had going in. So first off, to stop a conversational bully, you have to realize what's going on before it's too late. Now, typically a person will reveal their aggressive attitude early on with their tone of voice and their word choice, kind of like this.
But it's not, I wasn't specifically aiming this message at young men to begin with. It just kind of turned out that way.
And it's mostly, you admit, it's mostly men listening.
In this case, Kathy is indicating very clearly that she thinks Jordan has done something wrong. Otherwise, why would she use the word admit? She makes her stance clear a moment later when she implies that he should be bothered for being divisive. Just watch.
Does it bother you that your audience is predominantly male? Isn't that a bit divisive?
The point here is that even when they're being passive-aggressive, people will often indicate that they're about to attack you before they actually do. So if you hear someone say something like, well, what do you have to say for yourself? Be prepared. That person thinks that you've done something wrong, and you need to be very careful what you say next. Not because you did do something wrong, but because a conversational bully may be trying to trap you into saying something that you disagree with so that they can attack that straw man. And the worst way that this often happens is called the "so you're saying" trap. Here's what it looks like.
So you're saying women have some sort of duty to sort of help fix the crisis of masculinity? Women want to dominate. Is that what you're saying?
No,
right. So you're saying that anyone who believes in equality, whether you call them feminists, call them whatever you want to call them, should basically give up because it ain't gonna happen. Let me just get this straight. You're saying that we should organize our societies along the lines of the lobsters.
The general pattern here is that someone says, "so you're saying," and then proceeds to oversimplify or mischaracterize what you actually said. I won't spend too long here because it's very easy to spot and it's rather simple to avoid and get around. Actually, what I was saying is, and then repeat yourself.
Along the lines of the lobsters.
I'm saying that it's inevitable that there will be continuity in the way that animals and human beings organize their structures.
But there's a much sneakier way that people may mischaracterize your beliefs and then attack them. Basically, it's when someone's words imply that you believe something you don't, and they don't actually say it. So in business, they call this assuming the sale. Like when a car salesman says, "So would you like that with the leather interior or with the fabric interior?" before you've even decided to buy the car. Now, with a several $1,000 purchase, you're likely to notice this and say, "Whoa, whoa, whoa, who said I was buying in the first place?" But it's very likely that this is happening to you in conversation all the time and you don't even notice. Here's how it might look.
Yeah, but those reasons, why should women put up with those reasons?
Embedded in the question, "why should women put up with it?" are several important presuppositions, namely, one, that there is something to put up with, and two, that Jordan thinks women should put up with it. Now, the trap here for Jordan would be to answer Kathy's question directly, and many of us fall into it in similar situations. Then we start arguing for things that we don't even really believe, just out of habit. Instead, you need to identify that hidden presupposition and then call it out. So watch how carefully Jordan listens to Kathy's questions so that he can catch what she's not saying.
Why should women be content
I'm not
not
saying
to
that
get
they should
told?
put up with it. I'm saying that the claim.
Here's another example of assuming the sale from later in that conversation. See if you can spot the hidden presupposition and ask yourself what you might say to respond to it.
Which women do a lot of.
But why shouldn't women have the right to choose not to have children?
So what's the hidden presupposition? That Jordan thinks women must have children. And of course, he defends a woman's right to make any decision about that she wants.
The right to choose those demanding careers.
They do. They can. Yeah, that's fine.
But you're saying that makes them unhappy.
Here's one more example. See if you can spot the hidden presupposition here.
So you're not going to say to your followers now, quit the abuse, quit the anger.
Did you catch it? The presupposition is that Jordan's followers are abusing people. Now, he can't answer that question directly. He has to address that hidden point first, and he does.
Well, we need some substantial examples of the abuse and the anger before I could detail that question.
There's a lot of it out there.
When I cut the clips like this, it makes it very easy to see these hidden presuppositions, but in real time, this can be difficult. One simple thing that you can do to make it easier on yourself is to purposely assume a relaxed posture, as Jordan does throughout this entire conversation. Now, this posture actually helps you to think less frantically because your body is signaling to your brain that everything is okay, you're in control. You will also want to give yourself some time to pause after each question, which Jordan definitely does. In addition, you're going to want to study up on frames and frame games, because there's clearly a whole level of conversation that is going on behind the words. Now, I've talked about this in other videos, specifically the one on Tyrion Lannister from Game of Thrones, and I'll leave a link to that in the description if you want to check it out. Moving along though, the last clip contains a small example of the third conversational bully tactic in this video, which I'm naming the smash technique. Take a look.
So you're not going to say to your followers now, quit the abuse, quit the anger.
It's subtle here, but Kathy smashes together two very different terms, abuse and anger. Now, by ending on anger, it'd be easier for Jordan to just forget it and answer the question, but that would tacitly accept that his followers were abusing people. That's why the smash technique is so frustrating. People are embedding hidden statements that you actually disagree with and then moving through them before you have the time to voice that disagreement. You may also have seen people barrage you with questions just to overwhelm you into having to accept their points like this.
Otherwise, why would there only be 7 women running FTSE 100 companies in the UK? Why would there still be a pay gap, which we've discussed as next? Why are women at the BBC saying that they're getting paid illegally less than men?
It can be easy to get overwhelmed and to lose focus as you try to answer all of these questions, but with the smash technique in general, the best policy is to slow down the tempo of conversation and tackle one question or one point at a time.
Do the same job. Well, that's not fair, is it?
Let's go to the first question. Those are complicated questions.
So hopefully now you're more aware of the "so you're saying" trap when people assume the sale, and of course course, the smash technique. This moves us to the second section of this video, which is how to persuade someone in these kinds of situations. And I will say, it seems to me that it doesn't look like Jordan is necessarily trying to change Kathy's mind, but simply to debate in front of an audience. There are still some valuable tips to be gleaned from this video and a few things that I'd add. First, do not strawman the other person's ideas, even if they're doing it to you. And to be clear, I don't know if I mentioned this, when you create a caricature of their ideas and then attack those rather than what they truly believe. Instead, show the other person that you are truly engaging in their real points. Attempt to understand them. And sometimes this means that you have to ask them to repeat themselves so that you can.
Seven women. Repeat that one. There's
7 women running the top FTSE 100 companies in the UK.
Okay, well, the first question might be,
after you've made an honest attempt to understand them, you need to make sure that they can understand you, which is necessary for persuasion. And to do that, you often have to use visual imagery. For instance, here's a very abstract point without any images that Jordan makes.
that it's inevitable that there will be continuity in the way that animals and human beings organize their structures. It's absolutely inevitable. And there is 1/3 of a billion years of evolutionary history behind that.
Now, maybe you can understand that, but it kind of lacks any emotional oomph. But notice how the addition of a concrete example makes that 1/3 of a billion years just feel different.
Right? That's so long that 1/3 of a billion years ago, there weren't even trees. It's a long time.
So adding concrete examples, especially ones that people can easily imagine, is a smart, persuasive move. And lastly, when you're arguing, oftentimes the best way to get someone to change their position is not by changing their mind, but by gently showing them that they're already agreeing with you. I talk about this in the frame video, but here's an example from this interview.
Why should your right to freedom of speech trump a trans person's right not to be offended?
Because in order to be able to think, you have to risk being offensive. I mean, look at the conversation we're having right now. You know, like, you're certainly willing to risk offending me in the pursuit of truth. Why should you have the right to do that? It's been rather uncomfortable.
This is huge. Jordan is no longer arguing that her point is wrong. He's arguing that she already agrees with him. Her behavior and her previous statements demonstrate that she cares more about free speech than not offending people. And then Jordan doesn't try to make this point wrong. He shows her how they're actually very much in alignment.
You're doing what you should do, which is digging a bit to see what the hell's going on.
So
And that is what you should do. But you're exercising your freedom of speech to certainly risk offending me. And that's fine. I think more power to you as far as I'm concerned.
And then, of course, Kathy feels stumped because she does actually agree with Jordan, and she's proven it herself. People have a strong desire to remain consistent with things they've already said and done, so oftentimes this becomes one of the few ways to persuade someone who's really dug in their heels. You're basically showing them that they don't have to move in order to agree with you. They already do, right where they're dug in. And then, of course, Jordan hits her with the gotcha.
And I'm just trying to work that out. I mean,
Ha, gotcha.
you have got me. You have got me.
Now, even though I laughed at that phrase at the time I was watching the interview, I have to say that last bit, gotcha, does not improve Jordan's persuasive case. It actually makes Kathy feel silly and wrong, as opposed to happy to discover that she and Jordan are really on the same team all along. And if I had to give one last point of constructive criticism, it would be that Jordan answered all of Kathy's questions rather than trying to proactively address her deep, unstated emotional concern. And in my opinion, that emotional concern is...
How can you tell a vampire has a cold? I don't know. He starts puffing.
Want to hear a joke about construction?
Sure.
I'm still working on
Why did the police officer arrest the duck? It was selling quack. Did you hear that they outlawed the brown bales hay for farmers? The cows weren't getting a good square meal.
Try me again.
My fiance
fiance said, "Stop acting like a flamingo." I manned up and put my foot down. Your whole face is shaking.
Why is Sweden so good at keeping track of their ships? Because they're Scandinavian. Scandinavian.
How does a pilot like his sandwich?
Got nothing.
Plain.
Let's go. Let's go. Where do you go when you get hurt playing peekaboo? I see you.
That was good. That was good. What does a grape say when it gets stepped on? Ouch. Nothing. It just lets out a little wine.
Kind of like.
Christian, did you know that 5 out of 4 people struggle with math? You know, 5 out of 4 people struggle with math. That's why. I don't. Sorry. Yeah, sorry. I just had to wear my dad joke shirt. It's my dad's
This should be like 4 out of 5.
Yeah, there you go. 5 out of 4. I found one.
What kind of car does an egg drive? A Volkswagen.
That's good.
Volkswagen. Volkswagen.
That was a shell of a joke. That was good. See that? Is that shell?
It's witty.
Age-old question.
Sarcasm is one of the toughest types of humor to pull off. When executed improperly, it can leave people angry at you as often as it leaves them laughing. So in this video, we are going to take a look at the king of sarcasm, Ryan Reynolds, aka Deadpool.
The hell's your name? Ray-Bans. Come here. All right, Stevie Wonder, what's your superpower?
Shoot laser eyes out of my eyes.
That's the stupidest superpower I've ever heard. You're not on the team. I'm kidding, you're on the team. You're not on the team. Get back over there and sit down.
So how do you use sarcasm without leaving people angry or hurt? Well, if you're going to do it, it cannot be a one-off pot shot. Otherwise, it feels like a pointed attack. So getting in the habit of joking all the time, even in semi-serious moments, helps signal to others that your statements are usually to be taken in jest. Now, I talk about this at length in our video on Chris Pratt, so I won't go too far here. I'll leave a link in the description. But here's a quick example of taking a serious question about who Deadpool is and making it much more absurd.
You know, I think they see that the world is ready for something different.
No matter what the rating is, though, babies will love this. I'm telling you right now.
Of course, there are times when you're going to give an honest answer so that people can actually get helpful responses, but there's still an opportunity to crack a joke afterwards. Watch in this next clip how we get the real answer, then a joke, and then a heightened version of the joke, which is a classic comedic technique.
Is Ryan Reynolds missing a tooth? What do you... No, these are all my teeth. What the hell's going on here? Ryan Reynolds is missing a lot of things. Let's get these calf implants out too while we're at it.
Deadpool's sense of humor is really just an extreme version of Ryan's. So here is that principle taken to the extreme. Now, for context, in the next scene, Wade Wilson can't sleep because he is worried about his terminal cancer, and this is what he says.
Hey, what's going on? Hey, sorry. I had a Liam Neeson nightmare. Dreamt I kidnapped his daughter and he just wasn't having it.
This irreverence and refusal to be serious for too long is common to most comedians, and you're going to see it in almost all of our other breakdowns on funny personalities. But one bit that is a signature of Ryan Reynolds' style is its specificity. Watch these next clips for examples.
What did you play when your wife was in labor?
I jammed a little Marvin Gaye's Let's Get It On. Yeah.
How did that go?
It was like steak knives came out of her eyes.
But they both sob hysterically when I'm in the scar makeup. So it's very traumatizing for them. So they'll be reenacting most of those episodes with crude sock puppets and a therapist for the rest of their life.
Yeah, but the thing is, this is back when, like, the internet was made of a fax machine of wood. Like, it was just...
All of those jokes could have been told easily in a less funny way if they were just less specific. For instance, he could have just said staring daggers at me instead of steak knives came out of her eyes. But the generic version misses the humor that comes from hyper-specificity. Crazy as it sounds, just getting specific will turn your lame jokes into laser-guided homing pigeons of hilarity. See what I did there? Now, and since Deadpool is just an exaggeration of Ryan's day-to-day sense of humor, we see the same ultra-specific principle used to create comedy in the movie.
Let's not forget naked tandem base jumping with the WNBA's Sacramento Monarchs.
Now, in a real world without a script, this level of specificity can't possibly be planned. So you have to get used to just throwing random sequences of words together and seeing what comes out. And you will not always have the right combination. So you're going to blurt out all kinds of random things. And for an example of that, just watch how Ryan riffed when he was shooting Deadpool.
You're gonna leave me all alone here with ChristianMingle.com? Leave me all alone here with Kevin Sorbo? You're gonna leave me here all alone with Nikki Sixx? You're gonna leave me all alone here with Busta Rhymes? You're gonna leave me all alone here with Henry Winkler? You're gonna leave me all alone here with Hey You Guys? You're gonna leave me all alone here with Chris Angel, Mind Freak?
And when you throw this much volume of humor out, sometimes you hit the nail on the head.
You're gonna leave me all alone here with less angry Rosie O'Donnell? Sorry, Gina.
Mother.
Not everything Ryan said there was hilarious, and that last one was even a little bit upsetting for Gina Carano, but that is the price that you pay for letting your brain just free associate and blurt things out. And it's really the only way to tap into this style of humor in your own life. You have to get used to lowering the filter on what you say and letting duds come out sometimes in order to build a stronger sense of intuition of what is going to be funny. Now that said, the filter isn't dropped completely, because there are a few guidelines that Ryan almost always follows in order to make sure that his sarcasm doesn't wind up just hurting people's feelings like this other type of sarcasm might.
I am a fan.
I just cannot not wrap my head around you sitting and watching the proposal. I can see you watching and just being like, fuck this guy.
No, I felt that when I saw Green Lantern.
Okay, yes.
So what are the actual filters that Ryan uses when he's using sarcastic humor? Well, first, he almost always makes himself the butt of those sarcastic comments. Just take a look.
Question. Why such a I'm kidding. I'm kidding. That's the second question. I skipped ahead. Let's get to the heart of the matter now. Why can't you be like other actors? Good ones. Speed round.
On stage, were you always good with the ladies? Did you always have game? What were you like as a kid?
No, not really. I mean, I really, up until I was like 18, I looked like a Vietnamese girl.
Second, even when Ryan's jokes appear to criticize other people, the subtext of the joke is often that he's the stodgy old man who's angry for a bad reason. So really, he's teasing himself, like in these clips.
Eat your brain alive for a month.
It's just so
These
good.
little high school pricks. You can shove your Nene song up your ass.
Hey, whoa, calm down now. The Nene song.
Does anyone else notice this thing jiggling like this? This is really. No, don't touch it. I'm just touching.
Third, when Ryan does make someone else the butt of a joke, he usually teases their strengths or something that would be totally absurd so that there's no reason for them to get upset about it.
There's a certain height at which you can't really be a movie star, right?
I don't know. I know some that are huge movie stars that are under 4 foot. You know,
Wait a minute,
with
really?
the 9-inch lifts.
Actually, under 4 feet.
Oh, yeah.
I didn't
George
realize
Clooney
Is
is
4.
I have one friend that always like, my daughter is quoting Chekhov, and she's 2. And I was like, your daughter's an asshole.
Follow these very simple filters. You can use all of the sarcasm that your little heart desires without worrying about leaving people upset. Now, you might be thinking, though, wait a second, Deadpool doesn't do any of this. In fact, many of the jokes that Deadpool makes are very much at the expense of other people.
No, just kidding. I know it's been decades.
You'd be surprised.
Pretty grossed out.
Mr. Wilson,
How can I help you? Besides
this is where Ryan and Deadpool differ. Because even though they have very similar styles of humor, the difference is that Deadpool does not use those 4 filters that we just touched on. He will tease anyone, even if it might come across as mean, and he will go right at their potential insecurities. Now this works because we're the audience, we're in a movie theater, but if those types of jokes were cracked in real life, they might make us laugh, but we'd also think, man, that guy's kind of a jerk. So it's a combination of letting the filter on what you say relax while keeping those few guidelines that we mentioned. That's how you can use sarcasm to its most excellent effect. In fact, it's these simple guidelines like this that allow you to be spontaneous in the moment while still ensuring that you're charismatic and not offensive. And if you do want more, we also have a simple 4-piece framework for making an amazing first impression on anyone. If you want to be the life of the party, there's really only 2 things that you need to do. First, you need to be able to captivate people who you might not know. And second, you need to be able to make people with different senses of humor laugh. So in this video, I want to cover 6 easy ways to become the life of any party. These are things anyone can do, and you do not have to be a comedic genius. To illustrate these points, we're going to be looking at Jim Carrey. So let's go ahead and start with Jim's most obvious gag, playing a character. Watch here how he tells the story of going out in public wearing disguises.
So I got this mustache and I applied it, and I had thick glasses. I had a baseball cap, and I kind of thought I was getting away with it okay. I got inside.
Jim continues, and he finally takes his daughter to this concession stand inside the Cirque du Soleil, thinking that he pulled off his big disguise, and then this happens. So watch how the story that he tells isn't particularly clever, but it's enhanced by the way that he embodies and exaggerates the facial expressions, the tone, and the mannerisms of the characters that he plays.
And I kind of had my head down. I went, I'll have a large T-shirt and a small one for my daughter, please. And I waited, and he didn't seem to be doing anything, so I looked up, and he was staring at me like this. I can just see Jim Carrey in a fake mustache. And I started, walking my daughter to the seats, and people were yelling out, "Nice mustache, Jim!" Hey guys, look, it's Big Daddy, big mustache!
I've heard people say, and maybe you have too, that their lives are just too boring for good stories. And whenever people say that, I know that they don't get into their characters. Yes, it's true. Some people's lives just might lend themselves better to cool stories. But the truth of comedy is that you can make the most normal day hilarious if you give the characters life. And Jim Carrey demonstrates exactly how to do that. You need to take on their mannerisms, their facial expressions, their tone, and then you exaggerate that for comedic effect. It's incredibly simple and incredibly effective. Playing a character is also really helpful when you want to use sarcasm without hurting other people's feelings. So watch here how Jim bashes the band that he's currently singing with, but does so in a way that is unlikely to make anybody upset. You can see by the way that Jim is singing overly emphasized, and by the facial expression that he makes when he disses them, that he is joking, right? This isn't serious. He's playing the diva. In another video on Robert Downey Jr., I covered how sarcasm can often be a double-edged sword since it makes people feel bad sometimes. But you absolutely can blunt that effect when you're playing a dopey character who's being sarcastic. That communicates it's not me saying this mean thing, it's this over-the-top idiot. So this next clip is a bit more subtle, but note again how Jim shifts his face and tone when telling people not to sit down, which could come across as rude, but doesn't.
What are you sitting down for? I was gonna milk that for a while. You guys can stretch that out in post, right?
Again there, you see that shift in tone to that deeper, "what are you sitting down for?" voice, and that marks the fact that he's kidding, so people are less likely to have negative feelings when he makes jokes at their expense. Moving along now to the next ridiculously easy to use tool, specificity. And I'm bringing Bill Burr in for this one because he doesn't do the over-the-top things that Jim Carrey does, but he's still a hilarious comedian, in part because he gets very specific when he starts telling stories and jokes. So here he is talking about a Black Friday mob that formed outside of Walmart.
If you're gonna go there, you don't want to be at the front of the line. You want to be about 40 deep, and I figure you pop out of the line and you wait till that first wave or two falls down, and then you go over the top like Walter Payton back in the day.
You see right right there, he uses Walter Payton's name, and the specificity of this helps because he solidifies that ridiculous image in your head. Even if you don't know who Walter Payton is, there's just something funny about being specific when you're cracking jokes. Watch here again as Bill Burr continues.
But even then, you gotta know where to go in the store. Like, where is the thing that is on sale, right? Where are those mint Milano cookies or whatever they have that you're gonna make a beeline for?
If Bill Burr had just said cookies, it wouldn't have been as funny. And if he'd said mint cookies, it would have been funnier. Milano cookies is super specific, and that adds to the humor. So when you are telling funny
You look. I just canceled it. I thought you guys were closed.
gets to the core of
There's no go back.
in general. I've talked about
Yeah.
conviction in the 6
Sorry.
minutes video, but I want to show
I look. It looked closed. I was like,
in a humorous setting.
yeah.
Watch now as Jim Carrey stays absolutely committed to the character that he's playing, and how the laughs start coming in only after a few passes at the same joke.
New York City! I'm all getting into the big town right now.
Yeah, but you're down there. You haven't been here in a while. Thank you very much.
Especially that Port Authority.
You go over there yet?
It's color completely.
If Jim had backed out halfway through, looked around sheepishly, and just looked dumb, you might have experienced this before. You start telling a story or a joke that you know is funny, but you're nervous because maybe you're in a group of people that you don't know so well. So you rush it, and by the end, people are just kind of confused as to why you started speaking in the first place, and then they just go back to resuming a different conversation. If you have done this, it's because you didn't stay committed. You bailed too early, and maybe your body language even apologized for what you were saying as you said it. Staying committed to a bit just a little bit longer can be the difference between being the life of the party and just looking weird. For another example, watch how Jim plays out this gag with full commitment in terms of physical intensity and the amount of time that he spends on this joke. Just to be clear, I am not suggesting that you start spitting out drinks at friends' parties. Jim is a zany character, so he goes way over the top. But you get the idea of what commitment looks like. His whole body is into it. He does not hesitate before he runs off the stage, before he grabs the camera, or even before he grabs that woman out of the audience to kiss her. I can't show the whole clip, but 2 minutes later, he winds up back in the studio after having run around outside, taking his shirt off, and he just continues to push that joke to the next level, which is where the humor comes from. Again, you don't need to do all that much. Just remember to stay committed, don't hesitate, and see if you can take your jokes to the next level rather than backing off because the first joke didn't hit. So the next tip is to use the element of surprise. A large number of jokes simply come from the fact that someone did something unexpected. And a really excellent way to incorporate this into your own life is to purposely misinterpret what people say. Watch how Jim does it here.
But the movie begins, I'm allowed to say how the movie begins, right? How it starts?
It's your show.
You walk into the theater and you sit down, you get
No, every movie.
Obviously, Jim knew what he meant, but he's able to create that surprise laugh by purposely answering a question that he wasn't asked. The nice thing about surprise is that it doesn't have to be witty, it doesn't even have to make sense. An odd surprise, for no reason other than it's odd, is plenty to make people laugh. So check out, again, Jim as he makes this joke that has basically no content.
Dumb and Dumber 2. I cannot wait for this.
It's not even a movie anymore.
It's not even.
It's a phenomenon.
It is a what?
A phenomenon.
Okay. All he has to do is pronounce the words weirdly and the surprise is created. Now, if you're watching this and thinking Jim Carrey's too over the top, the nice thing is that surprise is really easy to create with a deadpan delivery. Jim Carrey's persona makes people expect that randomness from him all the time, so it doesn't always hit as hard. But if you have a more deadpan style, you can really work the surprising. Watch here as Bill Burr's tone makes you not expect a joke, and then when there is one, it hits much harder. It's because
people come out to my shows. They say, you know, I go 4 hours, I go 6 hours, so I want to go like to where they're at, and it's like Boise, Deadwood, South Dakota, some places, Montana. Yeah. It's gonna be good. It's gonna be a lot of good people, a little bit of meth.
By doing the opposite of what Jim Carrey does and not setting the joke up with a zany character, the surprise is heightened. So the good news here is that all of these techniques can be adapted to fit your own style. You just use them in different amounts and with a different balance. But the truth is, all of these techniques together only form the action steps, which are important. I love to focus on the actions. But mindsets are going to drive a lot of those little micro cues that can be the difference between a joke landing and a joke bombing. So here's some comedic and life philosophy that underscores all of these techniques and is going to go a long way towards helping you become the life of the part.
But to find real peace, you have to live your need for acceptance can make you invisible in this world.
This is one of the paradoxes of being the life of the party. If you watch this far and you enjoy this channel, it's because part of you wants to be accepted by others, to be liked, and you do want to be the life of the party. And honestly, there's nothing wrong with that. The thing that I would add to quote is that you need to figure out whose acceptance you want. If you want to be accepted by everyone, you will not do any of the stuff that Jim Carrey does. You won't be weird, you won't make faces or tell off-putting jokes. You're going to try to blend in and you will be invisible. So I encourage you not to get attached to the acceptance of any individual or any particular circle. Instead, behave in a way that is fun and amusing for you, treat other people well, and then look for acceptance from the people who like that. In sum, first define the kind of person that you want to be and the kind of people whose acceptance you care about. Do not try to be accepted by everyone, because then you truly become invisible. Here's another little mindset.
Disappear from show business forever and feel wonderful about what I've done, what I've experienced, what I've been given. But I am always grateful that wherever I go, somehow I did something that makes people brighten.
That is the kind of attitude that leads to happiness. That's the kind of attitude that leads to jokes landing. Unfunny people who come across as try-hard ask, how can I be funny? And I get that that is actually the title of some of my videos. I understand that's what people ask. But the funniest people ask themselves, how can I brighten up others? How can I be playful? How can I have fun myself? And once you get that, you'll find that a lot of the techniques I covered flow much more easily and sometimes without even thinking about them. And then lastly, there's this gem.
As someone who's done what you're about to go and do, I can tell you from experience, the effect you have on others is the most valuable currency there is.
When he says currency, I think he's referring to the amount of freedom that it grants. Truly, if you can make people feel good or laugh, you are free in ways that many people never experience. You're free to form relationships with just about anyone, to have career opportunities open up that otherwise wouldn't be there, or to date and marry the person that you want the most. And I include that quote to thank you for watching this much and to encourage you to continue checking out the channel, because I really do think that your ability to affect other people and to form relationships is the most valuable skill out there. If you are more interested in that skill, specifically the blueprint to making amazing first impressions, we set up another video that covers the 4 emotions that guarantee a great first impression every time. You hit those 4 emotions in the right order, any kind of environment, from the boardroom to the bar or party, it doesn't matter. So if you're curious what those are, click the box here. It's going to take you to...
Humor is one of those things that is easy to point out, but kind of hard to explain. There's no one definition that everyone agrees on, but I personally like to think of humor as the ability to surprise the audience by creating a connection between 2 or more things. Now, there's 2 ways you can improve your sense of humor. You can improve the content of your humor, and you can also improve the delivery of your humor. Now, in terms of improving the content of your humor, it's all about variety. To be funny, you have to be able to catch people off guard. When you rely simply on one type of humor, you become predictable. And predictable is not funny. They call it a punchline because you don't see it coming. There's many different types of humor, and I'll try to go over the most common ones. Exaggeration is one of the most common forms of humor. It's great because almost everyone gets it, and it's extremely easy to use. Simply put, you take an observation about something and you exaggerate it way out of proportions. The more absurd the comparison, the funnier it usually is. Here are some examples. He's so dumb, he tried to climb Mountain Dew. I literally grew this beard waiting for you. Mark, it's like you wake up with a beer can in your hand every single day.
Misdirection is another extremely common type of humor. Almost everyone gets it, and it's pretty easy to use. It's when you make a connection that nobody expects. The conversation is going one way, and all of a sudden you twist it to everyone's surprise. Here's an example. Hey, where you from? Corona. Really? I hate Corona. My favorite type of beer is Corona. Here's another example. You ever get that feeling when you find that girl who's just perfect and you're hitting it off? Yeah, me neither. Storytelling can be a great way to not only get a good laugh, but also share something about yourself and build. Stories are great because you can hold the punchline all the way to the end. People usually never see it coming because they're so focused on the actual story. The easiest stories that can induce humor are embarrassing or absurd stories. Now, the key to pulling off a great, funny story is to learn how to tell a story properly. I'll get into that in another video because that's just way too much stuff to talk about. Teasing is an extremely effective form of humor that has to be used very carefully. Basically, you point something out about a person and you make fun of it. Here's an example. Let's say you're dating a girl who's a germaphobe and she's wiping down the table with one of those table wipes before eating. You can say something like, "Are you gonna wipe me down too before we hold hands?" You have to be very careful about teasing people because it can easily come off as offensive. The key here is to have good intentions behind a joke. If you say something with intentions to offend someone, they will be offended. You also want to make sure you've built a certain level of comfort with the person before making a joke like this. And for the daring that want to skip this step, don't expect it to work every single time. Sarcasm is a type of humor that is less commonly appreciated by people. It's when you say something that is obviously opposite of what everyone is thinking. Here's an example. I used to be a door-to-door salesman, and there would be days where the weather was just terrible. It would be pouring outside and I would be drenched, and I still had to knock on doors. So my favorite one-liner was, "Hi, nice to meet you. Beautiful weather, right?" Now, when it comes to sarcasm, some people simply won't get it. People who do like sarcasm usually love sarcasm, but they are far and few in between. The key here is to emphasize keywords and also to limit the amount of sarcasm you use. Many people simply do not like sarcastic people. Another less commonly appreciated form of humor are puns. Puns are basically words that sound alike but have different meanings. Here's some examples. I'd tell you a chemistry joke, but I know I wouldn't get a reaction. I used to be a banker, but then I lost interest. Puns are a lot harder to get a laugh from as compared to other forms of humor because most of the time they're going to simply fly over everyone's head. But people who like puns, they love puns. The key when it comes to using puns is to use them very sparingly, as they can get old very fast. Role-playing is my all-time favorite type of humor. This is because it's extremely hard to pull off, and it's just absurd and hilarious in its own way. Very few people use roleplay as a form of humor. Roleplaying is basically when you pretend to be someone or something else. Here's an example. When I was in college, I would throw parties. Now, once I had a bright idea of going around and pretending to be the sober police. I would go up to people and pull out an imaginary badge and say, "Sir, this is the sober police. Are you sober right now?" "Wait, what?" "Sir, please step outside of the vehicle." At this point, people would kind of start getting what I was trying to do. We would go on to conduct sobriety tests and even calling for backup if the person still didn't get what was going on. Now, role-playing is extremely hard to pull off because not everyone is going to get it. The key when it comes to role-playing is to never break character. If you keep at it with enough perseverance, people usually get what you're trying to do. In terms of improving the delivery of your humor, there are 4 rules you can abide by. One thing that you'll notice about almost every great comedian or talk host is that they will never be the first one to laugh at their own jokes. They'll smile and they'll smirk, but they will not be the first one to laugh. And this is because being funny is all about catching your audience off guard. You want them to say, "Hey, wait a minute, that was funny." When you laugh first, you ruin this surprise. You're basically telling them, "Hey, that was my attempt at a joke. Please laugh with me." Rule number 1, never be the first person to laugh at your own jokes. As we mentioned before, everyone has a different sense of humor. A common mistake people make is that they only have one type of humor that they constantly fall back on. There's a chance that whoever you're talking to does not get that type of humor. When you notice that a certain type of humor is failing, you have to try something else. See, funny people have an entire arsenal of jokes. They can draw humor from many different perspectives to suit their audience. For example, kids don't really get puns or sarcasm. They actually enjoy role-playing a lot. PhD students are more likely to enjoy puns as compared to a high school kid who probably enjoys exaggerations or teasing. Rule number 2 is to adjust your humor to your audience. The essence of jokes is about having fun. A common mistake that people make when trying to be funny is that they try so hard or care so much about being funny that they accidentally adapt nervous body language. When you have nervous body language, everyone around you feels a little bit more tense. You're portraying with your body that something is wrong, and this makes it very hard to tell a joke or come off as funny because in order to be funny, you have to be in a relaxed state so everyone around you can tell that the vibe is calm and cool. Here's a couple of tips and tricks in order to present proper body language for humor. Slow down your speech, don't fidget that much, and open up your body. Rule number 3 is to portray calm and confident body language as well as tonality. And finally, the thing about jokes is that not everyone is going to find each and every single one of your jokes to be funny. Your jokes are going to be hit or miss. And the key here is to maintain composure even when you miss. Nobody's going to notice the misses unless you put a lot of attention on it. Rule number 4 is to keep calm and carry on. And to close it all off, one of the greatest ways you can improve your overall humor is to watch stand-up comedians. They are at the top of their field. It seems like they can say anything and people will laugh, and this is because their delivery is amazing.
Today you'll learn 6 easy ways to make people laugh and love being around you. The first is to play dumb. One way you can do this is to purposefully misunderstand something obvious.
Do you know what this is? Okay,
Yeah, you're supposed to.
I haven't taken a lot of pregnancy tests in my day. In fact, like almost none. I did pee on it, so don't look at the pee.
Do you have COVID or no?
Dude.
Like, what's... The key here is to act so oblivious it would be impossible to miss that you're joking.
You screen tested for Iron Man. Was that the original Iron Man, or is it one of the sequels that you screen tested for?
I'm not aware of the ins and outs. I know that wonderful actor Robert Downey Jr. and I, we screen tested on the same day. And I'm still waiting to hear back. And
As you just saw, playing dumb is a great way to get a laugh anytime someone asks you about something that didn't go well. It can help transform a potentially awkward or negative conversation into a playful one where you look confident and fun. Now, if all you do is play dumb in conversation, it will get stale fast. So you want to mix it in with some of the other jokes in this video. For the next easy way to make people love being around you, watch this clip of Dwayne Johnson answering the question, how tall is Kevin Hart?
okay, is this the legit answer because I know it, or is this, do I you on this? Which one?
I think you should go for what you know.
Well, I'll go for what I know.
Yes.
Legit answer, legit, because I know you're my best friend. 4'2".
That's
Right? That's legit.
Hey! That's an example of a sincerity fake out. You set expectations that you're going to say something sincere, then you undercut those expectations for a laugh. Now, you don't want to do this all the time. It's important to be sincere when you want to connect with someone. But especially if the conversation is feeling a little boring, a sincerity fake out is a great way to make people laugh and create a more fun vibe. Here's one more example, this time with Ryan Reynolds answering a question about how he got involved with aviation gin.
11 years ago, I remember reading a Deadpool comic and feeling like this is a once-in-a-lifetime connection. And then a few years later, I met my wife, and I was like, oh, I guess a once-in-a-lifetime connection can happen twice. And then we had our children, and that's when I realized that I love gin.
You just saw a great way to set yourself up to make people laugh. The 3-point list. Set your joke up by listing off 2 genuine things, and then make the third thing you say an obvious joke. You can use this joke in almost any small talk conversation, specifically when someone asks you something like why you like your job or what you do for fun. In this next clip, Nikki Glaser uses this joke when describing what makes her inner beauty.
I can't trust that someone's gonna see my inner beauty in line at CVS if I have no makeup on. They're not gonna sense that I'm a good friend or I'm funny or I do anal. They're not gonna know any of my best traits just by...
This joke gets a laugh because it plays with people's expectations. You deliberately lead them one way and then surprise them with an unexpected twist.
Well, I want guys to feel good about it because you can't have a good relationship with a guy with a micropenis. There's obviously ways around it. You have toys. You have your hands. You can cheat on him. There's things that you deserve love like anyone else, and I would be with you.
Once you've established a playful vibe like this, there's another easy way you can make people laugh. Exaggerate so much it's impossible to take you seriously. For an example of what this looks like, listen to Theo Vaughn and Joe Rogan talk about the time Theo went 4 days without food.
How much weight did you lose?
I probably lost about 4 pounds. Pounds I needed too. You know? But I got clear, man. I could hear. Swear to God, y'all could hear somebody fold a piece of bread from 80 feet away, bro. I was so hungry, dude. I could hear a skittle hit the cement across the street.
Almost anytime you want to get a laugh, you can just describe something using over-the-top exaggeration. For another example, listen to Tim Dillon talk about the Ellen workplace controversy.
You're allowed to be nasty to people. You're accomplished. You're a comedian. You did the whole thing. What you're not allowed to do is have a Guantanamo Bay situation in the backstage of your show where everybody's walking around afraid for their life, and it's like Abu Ghraib where they're hooked up to wires.
This is especially powerful if you're being negative. In general, no one likes to listen to someone complain. But if you use over-the-top exaggeration, you can make it fun for the people around you. For example, listen to Ryan Reynolds discussing working with a child actor for the first time.
Yeah, I was nervous. I mean, you know, when you're working with a child actor, you first thing you think is, I want to take my life with fire.
Right.
You know, there's that.
Now let's talk about arguably the most charismatic joke you can make, a joke that elevates the other person.
I get a sense that your fan bases are quite competitive with each other.
No, really?
Who do you think's winning?
I lead his fan base. I'm the founding member of that one too.
And they're calling for a Loki movie.
It's very.
We are.
Oh, really?
Most people do the opposite of this. They combine humor with a tease that puts the other person down, like this.
I would marry him so hard and quickly.
You don't marry someone.
I would marry him all night long. I would marry him to the sword.
No, you don't marry him. Don't worry, you said it.
Playful teasing can absolutely make people laugh, but if this is your only form of humor, it can leave the person wondering if you actually like them. On the flip side, if all you do is tell jokes that elevate other people, you run the risk of seeming like a suck-up. It's when you mix complimentary jokes in with other styles of humor that people will really like being around you. If you aren't sure exactly how to make jokes that elevate other people, start with your trusty new habit of over-the-top exaggerations.
What about you, Chris? Are you an app guy? No? Really? You don't need them. Your life is Tinder. Your life's Tinder. You just walk down the street, women walk towards you, and you just swipe right if you want them, and you swipe left if you don't.
On the flip side, when making jokes about yourself, a great way to make people laugh is self-deprecating humor. Most people do the opposite of this. They tease other people and try to make themselves look good. This can work, but you run the risk of hurting people's feelings and looking like a tryhard. Ironically, when you poke fun at yourself, you can make yourself look extremely likable and confident. Here's an example of this done well with Hugh Jackman talking about his dad.
No matter anything I've ever done, acting-wise, he says exactly the same thing. Hugh, wonderful work. Van Helsing, it just really...
Van Helsing got terrible reviews, and Hugh's willingness to joke about it gets everyone around him laughing. If you worry that this will make you look bad, start by teasing yourself for things you aren't actually insecure about. That way, if other people double down on your joke, it won't hurt your feelings. That said, this is just a guideline, and once you're comfortable with these jokes, you can joke about whatever you want.
Let's be honest, it was a difficult part. A guy who gets high, takes his shirt off, and doesn't get on with his wife. It's a big stretch. It's big.
Most people are scared to make jokes like this because they want to look perfect so that people will like them. But people don't judge you for having imperfections. They judge you on how you perceive your imperfections. By joking about them, you show that you're confident being seen as you are. Now, one good general habit when you're making a joke at your own expense, smile. This lets other people know it's okay to laugh. For example, watch Bill Burr tell Joe Rogan a story where he has to apologize to his wife for an angry outburst.
I put my head to the side of her head and I just go, I'm sorry. I don't tell you, you married a You blew it. You're not good at reading people.
At the end of the day, for teasing yourself or teasing others, it all comes down to your intention and where you're coming from. If you're insecure and teasing yourself because you're in a race to do it before other people do, that will come through. If you're insecure and teasing other people to try to bring them down, that comes through too. When you're teasing yourself or someone else purely to have fun, not trying to play a weird social hierarchy game, then you can naturally flow between the two, and people will sense your intention is simply to create a fun conversation.
Do you want to trade blazers? Maybe yours will look nice.
Yeah, no, mine's more valuable.
No, you got that, no problem.
Actually, maybe not.
No. Definitely not. There you go.
Now, making people laugh is obviously just one part of a conversation. Whether you're looking for a new mentor, more friends, or more dates, there's a lot more to forming a connection with someone than what we've covered here. You have to be able to confidently start a conversation, hook them in the first few minutes so that they want to learn more about you, and then build a strong enough connection that they genuinely want to see you again. If you'd like a specific 30-day blueprint for being able to do all of that, you may like our program, Charisma University. It's the fastest way I know of to take your confidence and charisma to the next level. Just listen to some of the things our past members have said. I interviewed at dozens of places for jobs after medical school. At the end of one of my interview days, the doctor pulled me aside and said that I had, hands down, the best interview out of everybody, and they would love to have me at their program. They ranked me #1, and it's my current job. Thank you so much for this program. After going through Charisma University, I've made more friends, have higher self-esteem, and can more easily talk to people I don't know. Life-changing. In 6 weeks, I went from being socially awkward with few friends to the life of every event I attend. I also went from having serious girl problems to dating the girl of my dreams. The program is completely risk-free. We have a 60-day money-back guarantee, so you can take the entire program, see if it changes your life, and if not, give yourself a full refund from right inside the course. If you want to learn more, click the link on screen now or below in the description.
We've had thousands of people improve their lives with Prism University, and we'd love for you to do the same. Either way, I hope you enjoyed this video, and I look forward to seeing you in the next one.
Chris, humor is perhaps one of the most important ways to attract girls, which is what my YouTube channel, Inner Game, specializes in. A really good reason for this is, for example, when a girl laughs, she releases massive amounts of dopamine in her brain. Dopamine is known as the feel-good hormone, and interestingly enough, women release more dopamine than men do. So, being funny is a huge important step in building a stronger relationship between you and the girl you're talking with.
That is awesome. Coming up, by the end of this video, you will have learned 3 new styles of humor that you can use effectively so you can be the next star of your future conversations. Let's get started. Making people laugh really comes down to your understanding how the sense of humor works. You see, the sense of humor is essentially how you connect different things together in an unexpected, surprising way. But after learning that, the only difference you really need to know is how to adjust your style of humor to different kinds of people and situations that requires different types of humor. So Jake, what's a great start for beginners to help them get started?
The first type of humor I recommend for beginners to start with is called misdirection humor. Misdirection is mainly based off the audience's assumption, and you'll realize it's quite simple to use. The idea behind this humor is setting up an expectation of whatever you're talking about that's going one way, and then saying something that goes the other way. It can be as easy as setting expectations in the first couple words, or you tell a story and then flip it into something unexpected. Doing this makes you look like you have great situational awareness, and you have the ability to come up with a clever or comical observation. It also makes you look like you're able to think on your feet, which shows others that you're charming, and you have the ability to win people's affection and interest. So first, before you end your talk with something that the other person expects you to say, you should ask yourself, what does my audience expect me to say right now? Once you've figured it out in that moment, what they think you'll say, it's simple from here on out. You just need to say the exact opposite. Essentially, this is called the punchline because it's based on revealing that what we expected to happen did not. In fact, something completely different happened, and the less we expect what actually happened, the funnier it becomes. Here's a great example of misdirection. I heard an old wise man once say, never follow anyone else's path. Unless you're in the woods and you're lost and you see a path. Then, by all means, follow the path. You probably expected to hear more about why you shouldn't follow someone's path. Then, when the punchline came in, it might have surprised you enough that it actually resulted in a laugh. That's basically misdirection. I definitely recommend trying it out.
The next type of humor you can use is called self-enhancing humor. This humor involves the ability to laugh at yourself, such as making a joke when something bad has happened to you. It's also trying to find a humor in everyday situations and making yourself the target of the humor in a good-natured way. Here's an example that I personally did that you can do. Whenever you make a mistake in public, you can simply make a joke about it and laugh it off. Not only your embarrassment will lessen, but it also will help you come off as more fun to be with. Say that you slipped on your butt at a party. You can just get up, dust your pants, and joke. No rips, no holes, nothing to see here, people. Carry on. In this situation, it's similar to misdirection humor because people anticipated you to say, sorry about that, or something along those lines, but instead you misdirected them with something surprisingly positive for yourself. Almost 100% of the time, you'll find other people laughing with you and not at you.
And finally, we have affiliative humor. This is a way of amusing others to facilitate relationships, and this is a powerful style to use when you meet people for the first time. This is because it is positive and inclusive. This can work very well in the workplace. It also works well in any sort of team building activities, and you can actually use it at a dance party. Remember, to make other people laugh, you need to be relaxed, or else your audience will not feel relaxed enough to laugh with you. Here are some examples that use affiliative humor that you can use for starting conversations. Excuse me, but I do think it's time we meet. This will put a smile on most people's faces without sounding too intimidating. Or you could say, What kind of old person do you want to be? This really intrigues people. Everyone hopes to get old, and so they will have an opinion. Also, it will make people smile because you're talking about old age as something positive. This is an unusual twist on an everyday topic, which will make people interested. The third thing you could say is, what present would you buy me if you won the lottery tomorrow? Of course, if you just met the person, this is funny because they probably wouldn't buy you a present. The fourth thing you could say is, if you worked at a circus, which job would you want to have? This is a good one because it will test their sense of humor and lightheartedness.
Here's a few tips that we recommend that you should know about as well. Number 1, try to work the joke into the context of the conversation. Number 2, don't ask if you want to hear a joke. Let it be a surprise. Number 3, have a strategy to fall back on if they don't get the joke. For example, I like to use, I guess you had to be there. Number 4,
Uber?
breathe. Take a breath and pause before and after the punchline. Number 5,
For Uber? For Uber? Uber Eats? The pin, right? You got. Okay, that's you. Okay. All right, take care. Awesome. Thank you. Have a great night.
I know you think people are going to be interested in this, but they're not. I've probably been working on this for 2 years. 2 years? I mean, usually I write a bit in a couple days. It's a long time to spend on something that means absolutely nothing. But that's what I do. That's what people want me to do, is spend a lot of time wastefully. so that then I can then waste their time. Comedy writing is something you don't see people doing. It's a secretive thing. I've never shown anybody this stuff. I feel a little funny about it right now, to tell you the truth. In comedy, what you do is you think of something that you think is funny, and then you go from there. It's a fun thing to say, Pop-Tart. I like the first line to be funny right away. When I was a kid and they invented the Pop-Tart, the back of my head blew right off. And that got the whole thing started, that a specific part of my head blew off. Not just my head, but just the back. It was the 60s and we had toast. We had orange juice that was frozen years in advance that you had to hack away at with a knife to get a couple of drops, and it felt like you were committing a murder before you got on your school bus. Then I talk about shredded wheat, which was like wrapping your lips around a wood chipper. You have breakfast, and then you had to take 2 days off for the scars to heal so you could speak again.
You always write on...
Always, yeah.
Have you ever tried to...
No. I don't like that cursor flashing, looking at me like, so? What do you got?
Do you have a special pen?
Yes, the big clear barrel blue, which I wrote every episode of Seinfeld, the TV series, with that pen. Larry and I used to write them longhand. Oh, because you can't be in this? Oh, that's a drag. That was good timing. So, in the midst of that dark and hopeless moment, the Pop-Tart suddenly appeared in the supermarket, and we just stared at it like an alien spacecraft, and we were like chimps in the dirt playing with sticks. What makes that joke is you got chimps, dirt, playing, and sticks. In 7 words, 4 of them are funny. Chimps are funny. Then there's the trying to figure out as a kid, how did they know that there would be a need for a frosted fruit-filled heatable rectangle in the same shape as the box it comes in and with the same nutrition as the box it comes in? In the midst of that darkness and hopelessness, the Kellogg's Pop-Tart appears. And they always laugh there because that indicates, oh, he's telling us a story. And then my next joke that I want to get to is chimps in the dirt with sticks. So now I'm looking for the connective tissue that gives me that really tight, smooth link, like a jigsaw puzzle link. And if it's too long, if it's just a split second too long, you will shave letters off of words. You count syllables, to get it it's more like songwriting. Then I had to figure out how to end the thing, and that's the hardest part. If you have a long bit, the biggest laugh has to be at the end. It has to be. It can't be in the middle or the beginning. And this was very daunting. Once this Pop-Tart had come into the world, I didn't understand why we were still eating other kinds of food, because this seemed to be definitely the new way. 2 in the packet and 2 slots in the toaster. Why 2? 1's not enough, 3's too many. And they can't go stale because they were never fresh. They can't go stale because they were never...
That's insane. 2 different times. I want to watch both of them with you because it's astonishing to hear someone say, we have no credible evidence on other perpetrators, only to learn
that they didn't talk to the victims.
Never talked to the women who were allegedly trafficked.
You guys need to see, this is it's actually crazy how bad faith these people are. It's unreal. The files are already wiped before they got in office. Oh, I think the files have been censored 3 or 4 times.
To 14 and 16
At
years
least.
old, and they called to meet with the president and to meet with the FBI and to have people investigate their claims.
Yep.
Some of them have never testified before. If you are so interested in getting the public to submit any information, why have you not met with them? You said you haven't met with them. Have you met with them? I'll give you one more chance.
My job as the FBI director is to
Is the
invite all
answer yes or
investigative
no
leads.
to whether or not you met with these women who were abused and
Any insinuation by you or any people on your side
Yeah, because the answer's no.
that I am not manhunting child traffickers, just look at your stats. And you talk about cover-ups, man.
Mr. Chairman,
you talk about cover-ups.
I'm going to stop it there. It just devolved. He refuses to answer the question of...
She got him. The thing is that, like, it is so embarrassing to see
Did
this
you
happen.
actually meet with these women? Luckily for us, some of those same people later showed up at another hearing, this time in a hearing with Pam Bondi.
Oh, boy.
Survivors in the room. If you are willing, please stand.
Surprised there's so few of them.
And if you are willing, please raise your hands if you have still not been able to meet with this Department of Justice.
Oh, wow.
Please know for the record that every single survivor has raised their hand.
Yeah, it's honestly shocking
How about
to see.
that?
There's these people who are claiming to be victims of Epstein. The DOJ and FBI have consistently said, look, we want to take all available evidence. We just need the evidence.
And we have continuously publicly asked for the public to come forward with more information. If there is, we'll look at it.
And then it's
So
like...
wait, so they're asking the public to come forward with information, but they also don't want to interview people that were victims? Like, guys, this is seeming a little bit weird.
Well, did you interview
What's going
these
on
people
with
who
this?
say they have evidence? Well, no, actually, we did. This comes up again.
Now, would the survivors and victims who are here please stand up one more time? Just by show of hands, how many of you or your loved ones actually have met with the Department of Justice and provided testimony and evidence? None.
Wow.
And of those of you who have not met, which is everyone, how many of you have reached out either individually or through a lawyer or representative to offer to provide testimony and evidence?
Yep, no surprise.
I mean, what can you even say to that? This is a DOJ. This is an FBI that claims to be interested in getting to the bottom of the Epstein files, except when actually asked, they cover up, they redact, and they don't ask for victim testimony or evidence. I mean,
this is what they do, right? It's because it is bad by design. They're doing it wrong on purpose, and they're doing it wrong in order to complicate things. That's what I think's happening.
How can you possibly say you've reached a conclusion as to an investigation when you literally haven't talked to the people who would be a victim of said investigation? Furthermore, how can Kash Patel say under oath, without perjuring himself, that there was no credible evidence that Epstein trafficked to anyone else, when internal emails to 710 Director's Call, it says approximately 4 to 5 victims accused other adult men of abusing them? There was not enough evidence to federally charge these individuals, so the cases were referred to local law enforcement. Again, there's a huge difference between there's no credible evidence.
There is no credible information. None.
And we couldn't pull charges. I mean, that's a totally different thing. And in that case, isn't the whole point to investigate that? Isn't the whole point to call more of the people saying they have evidence? Isn't that your job? How can the FBI, the DOJ, conclude definitively that Epstein wasn't trafficking to anyone when Jess Staley, during a UK court hearing in 2025, admitted to having with a member of Epstein's staff? He, of course, described it as consensual. But internally within the Epstein files, there's accusations against Jess Staley. One of the files alleges that
this is actually quite common, and I think that some people are getting confused by this because there's some instances where you have people who are actually victims, but they were also co-conspirators. So they were groomed by Epstein, and then once they got old enough, they became the groomers. So whenever you look at it, and you're hearing that like it's one or the other, sometimes it's not one or the other, it's both.
Victim was left with body marks after an interaction with the former Barclays boss. The disgusting Mr. Staley, if anyone ever calls me Tinkerbell again, I will lose my mind. Which I know sounds weird that Jess Staley would allegedly refer to a girl as some type of like Disney character or cartoon character.
Tinkerbell's pretty small, huh?
But this is consistent with email exchanges. Jess Staley says that was fun to Jeffrey Epstein. Say hi to Snow White. What character would you like next? Epstein later asked. To which Staley replied, Beauty and the Beast. Epstein responded, well, one side is available.
It's Bella, right? Right? It's her, isn't it? Like, I hope so. No, oh no! Oh no!
I'm not saying these emails would be enough to charge Jess Staley, but to investigate?
Yeah.
Almost certainly. It's definitely unconscionable to say there's zero evidence of Epstein trafficking to anyone.
There is no credible information. None.
How can that possibly be true?
There's no credible information. That's not even like, again, that's not a, enough of a preponderance of evidence to investigate, but none? Zero? I mean, what the fuck are we talking about? Why would you even say that?
When some of your files say 4 or 5 victims accused other men. So it's just totally insane to me the way we are all treating this, where the people in power whose job it is to hold these people accountable, they want to laugh about it, they want to joke, they want you to smile about the whole thing. This actually came to a head when one reporter asked about the survivors.
But I think it's time now for the country to maybe get onto something else.
What would you say to people who feel like they haven't gotten justice, Mr. President?
Something that people care about.
Gotten
You are
justice.
the worst reporter. You know, she's a young woman. I don't think I've ever seen you smile. I've known you for 10 years. I don't think I've ever seen a smile.
Well, I'm asking you about survivors of Jeffrey Epstein, Mr. President.
Because you know you're not telling the truth.
It's honestly baffling. I mean, how are we supposed to act during the Epstein files when we hear about these horrific stories? Are we all supposed to be like Howard Lutnick, just guffawing?
To be fair, Scott Bessett was also smiling about it too. Yeah. They thought this shit was hilarious.
Effing it up? How are we supposed to treat this travesty of justice? And again, I want to restate for the millionth time, this is not political, no matter how much the DOJ and FBI try to argue that it is. The person we're about to watch questioning Pam Bondi is a Republican. But anytime you say anything negative about the Epstein file handling, which was run on by this administration, they either bounce to, well, you must hate Trump, or the Democrats didn't do it last time, so we shouldn't be expected to do anything either. And you're about to see more of that.
Within 40 minutes.
It's obviously they're both wrong. I don't even see how this is a debate. It shouldn't even be a debate what's going on. You've had the files for 10 years. Why do you think they hadn't already investigated and done shit from back then? What do you mean, why do I think that? It's because people that were powerful controlled the decision of doing that, and they decided not to do it. Obviously, that's the reason why. Like, why would you even ask that? It's very clear that's the reason for why it didn't happen. Duh.
Minutes. Wexner's name was added back.
Within 40 minutes of me catching you red-handed.
That's right. That's
It
right.
was one redaction out of over 40.
It's multiple redactions.
700, and we invited you in. This guy has Trump derangement syndrome.
Literally, we caught you guys redacting a co-conspirator's name. I mean, there's a lot more than that they redacted, but it's like, for them to say, oh, what? Oh, there was just one.
I don't like that, by the way, I don't like the questioning format that they do in Congress where you can run out the clock. I don't like that. It's structured around bad faith behavior.
Yeah, we put it up when you said so. When you caught us on our 4 computers we allowed you to use with redactions on top of redactions. And Pam Bondi's performance here was so bad that at one point she's being asked about, are you bringing any more indictments?
Up the stock
Are
market.
you investigating anyone? Yeah. And she jumps back to some pretty bizarre talking points.
How many of Epstein's co-conspirators have you indicted? How many perpetrators are you even investigating?
First, you showed it. I find it.
How many have you indicted?
Excuse me. I'm going to answer the question.
Answer my question.
No, I'm going to answer the question the way I want
I
to.
say it again. Back in the day, whenever we did rated battlegrounds like RBGs, there was a rule that my RBG leader had, and it was that we would always attack the healer that was a girl first, regardless of what class that they were playing or regardless of their gear, because the assumption was that women would crack under the pressure. I got Grand Marshal that season. That's the highest rank. It's crazy how that happens.
Answer the question.
No, you're going to answer the question the way I asked it.
And none of them.
Crazy. Really
none
is.
Of them
What are the odds of that?
We've all had those moments where we wish we could think of something funny to say, but our mind goes blank. It can be frustrating, especially when you're talking to someone you really want to like you. So in this video, we'll go through 4 easy ways you can make people laugh and love being around you. We'll do this by breaking down some clips from the king of sarcasm, Ryan Reynolds. Some people mistakenly think this type of sarcastic humor makes you an asshole, but when done properly, it can instantly make people like you more. Let's start with the simplest habit you can steal from Ryan. Exaggerate so much, it's impossible to take you seriously. Watch this quick example after Graham Norton asks if Ryan was good with girls growing up.
No, not at all.
I don't believe it.
No, I went through puberty at like 27.
There's 2 situations where this type of joke is most useful. The first is when answering potentially boring questions during small talk.
How old are your girls now?
I have no idea.
Yeah.
I've been around. If you can transform someone's boring small talk into a funny, playful conversation, they will love you for it. That said, a common mistake with sarcasm is to say something potentially believable. This can leave people confused or even upset with you. By contrast, watch how obviously untrue Ryan's answer is in this Wired interview with Jake Gyllenhaal. You can tell Jake loves it.
What does Jake Gyllenhaal, what does he eat? Well, funny you should ask. Baby pandas.
Now you know the joke is coming, which blunts some of its effect, but in your own life, most people asking boring small talk questions won't be expecting you to give a funny response. And when you do, you separate yourself as more fun than 95% of people who give a boring answer. In addition to answering questions, you can also use these over-the-top exaggerations to make people laugh during your stories. For example, listen to Ryan discuss working with a child actor for the first time.
I was nervous. I mean, when you're working with a child actor, you first thing you think is, I want to take my life with fire. Right. There's that famous saying, like...
This is especially powerful if you're being negative. In general, no one likes to listen to someone complain. By exaggerating how much he was dreading it, Ryan makes complaining fun to listen to. Here's another example from the same interview where Ryan talks about how the studio tried to get him and his 10-year-old co-star to bond.
So they set up this day. We went out to the Museum of Natural History. She wanted to see the turtles, and she drags me across the park, Central Park, all the way into FAO Schwartz. Mm-hmm. I'm in there. I'm just longing for death.
Now, even if it's funny, if negative sarcasm is your go-to style of humor, some people may fatigue from your negativity. You can avoid this by ultimately ending your stories on a positive note. Watch how Ryan wraps up that particular story.
And her mom walks up and she says, Ryan bought me a stuffed toy. It cost $300. What an idiot. And I was like, at that moment, I fell hopelessly in love with this little girl.
That's a smart kid, yeah.
I'm kidnapping you and keeping you for the rest of my life. Yeah,
One thing you saw throughout that story that will help you make any joke funnier is specificity. For example, compare this next clip to if Ryan had just said his kids leave him feeling tired.
It was a challenge to kids. It's like, I think of like blinking now as like tiny little breaks all day.
If you're not good at this, an easy way to practice it is with the mind's eye method. Basically, when you want to make someone laugh, try to conjure up an absurd image in the person's mind. For example, Ryan was in a movie with Denzel Washington at one point who Ryan really admires. Instead of just saying he admires him, listen to how Ryan paints a fake funny image you can picture in your mind.
But he knocks on my trailer on my dressing room door, and he says, can I run this scene with you real quick? And I'm like, what? I'm ripping my Denzel Washington poster down. Like, yes, come on in. And he's fine.
Here's a few more quick examples. Notice how he gets a laugh every time he replaces a generic statement like, they don't pay well, with an absurd visual image.
You care? After you make so much money, do you even care if it flops or not?
How do you know? I work for 20th Century Fox. What do you think? I'm paid in spit and insults. No, this is an American-made gin. It's an American gin, a little smoother than its British counterparts, a little more drinkable. Wow, I sound like a pro.
Yeah, you're actually getting good.
I really know nothing about gin. If I ran the company for real, it would be on fire. I used to say to her, I would take a bullet for you. I could never love anything as much as I love you. I would say that to my wife, and then the second I looked in that baby's eyes, I knew in that exact moment that if we were ever under attack, I would use my wife as a human shield to protect that baby.
This type of witty humor may seem daunting at first because you have to be able to think quickly on the spot. But like any other skill, it gets much easier with a little practice. You can do that formally with improv classes like Ryan did, or you can do it informally simply by making it a priority next time you're somewhere social. If you're you're going to do the latter, you can set yourself up for success using priming. Simply put, if you know you're heading into a situation where you want to be witty, take just 5 minutes beforehand and watch someone like Ryan Reynolds, Chris Pratt, or whoever has the sense of humor you admire. This will help prime you to think like they do before you head out. The next technique you can steal from Ryan is the fake-out method. This is something you can do anytime you're telling a story, but it's especially easy if you're saying something that people expect will be sentimental. Watch this quick example of Ryan talking about how he became an investor in aviation gin.
11 years ago, I remember reading a Deadpool comic and feeling like this is a once-in-a-lifetime connection. And then a few years later, I met my wife, and I was like, oh, I guess a once-in-a-lifetime connection can happen twice. And then we had our children, and that's when I realized that I love gin.
A nice trick if you want to ensure you get a laugh is to slow down or give a slight pause before the punchline. This lets whoever's listening to you start to fill in the blank incorrectly in their mind, so they can be surprised by your unexpected twist. Here's another example. This time, Ryan is talking about how he gave Denzel Washington a black eye while filming Safe House.
I banged his face very, very hard with my head, which for a young actor, that doesn't feel good. I didn't know what to do in the moment. You know, I didn't know if I should call for help. Not for him, for me.
Now, one common mistake people make when they're learning to be more charismatic is to put a lot of pressure on themselves to perform for other people. Ironically, the best thing you can do is to take the techniques from this video that you find funny and put those into practice. Ryan isn't just funny because of the words he says. He's funny because of his tone, his energy, and his body language. But rather than try to mimic all of that consciously, it's far easier for you if you just focus on self-amusement and having a good time. If you do that, those subconscious signals will naturally improve. For example, listen to Ryan talk about how he got good enough at voiceovers to do the movie trailer for Deadpool.
So you didn't just work on the things, you did the voiceovers for some of the trailers. You did, voiceover. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I love that stuff. I do it at home all the time, drives my wife nuts. It's that voice that, in a world divided by fear.
Depending on where you're starting from, being playful at all might feel like a stretch. So you'll have to start by going slightly outside your comfort zone. But ultimately, what you're aiming for is to find the style of joke that naturally makes you smile and laugh as you do it. This will make you have more fun in conversation and make people want to be around you more. The one piece of nuance to that is if you want people to like being around you, you're probably better off building the habit of being positive with your humor. For example, compare how Ryan and Jake react when this woman makes a joke that's just okay.
Operation Jakey Jakes and Rai Rai.
Oh, somebody's been reading my diary.
Does my body language say anything about the line of questioning that
It sounds like you're shut
about to
off.
occur?
You lost him, but you have me. Look at this.
He's hydrating and ready to go. You see him? I'm just like...
As you just saw, both positive and negative humor can make people laugh. But when you cultivate a positive, supportive sense of humor, it invites the other person to be more playful and continue to have fun in conversation. Make a habit of that, and you'll become the person everyone looks forward to talking to. Now, making people laugh is obviously just one part of conversation. Whether you're looking for a new mentor, more friends, or more dates, there's a lot more to forming a connection with someone than what we've covered here. You have to be able to confidently start a conversation, hook them in the first few minutes so they want to learn more about you, and then build a strong enough connection that they genuinely want to see you again. If you'd like a step-by-step guide that lays out how to quickly master those skills, you may like our program, Charisma University. It's the fastest way I know to become confident and charismatic. You can read all of the details in the link below, but I figure the best way to show you what it's all about is to let the members speak for themselves. So here are a few of the things that CU members have written us. The first one is from someone who was interviewing for a new job. They say, I interviewed at dozens of places for jobs after medical school. At the end of one of my interview days, the doctor pulled me aside and said that I had hands down the best interview out of everybody, and that they would love to have me at their program. They ranked me #1, and it's my current job. This next one is a comment in the course from someone who used it mainly to improve their social and dating life. He says, life-changing. In 6 weeks, I went from being socially awkward with few friends to the life of every event I attend. I also went from having serious girl problems to dating the girl of my dreams. Charisma University transformed me from a lonely introvert hoping to better connect with people to an energy-filled extrovert who makes new friends everywhere I go. And this last one comes from a guy who got promoted to a senior position early in his career. He says, I don't even have a bachelor diploma, yet they want me to fill this position, and when asked why, this was the answer. You have great social skills, which is rare for an engineer. You can think quick on your feet, and you are open and self-assured in your demeanor. Thank you so much for all that you have taught me. You have truly changed my life because without Charisma University, I wouldn't have qualified for that position in a million lifetimes. You'll see more stories like these in the comments if you decide to join the course. If you do join, it comes with a 60-day money-back guarantee, which is 100% for any reason at all. I make it 60 days, even though the course is only 30 days, because I want to make sure that every single member truly feels like they're getting a ton of value from the course. So if you want to check the course out, go ahead and click the link on screen now or below in the description. We've had over 8,000 members go through the course and get a ton out of it, and I'd love for you to do the same. Either way, I hope you enjoyed this video, and I look forward to seeing you in the next one.
Well, I've been teaching stress management for a good 30 years, and I have to tell you, people are going insane. It's just unbelievable, isn't it? I mean, I think about my origins. I'm a Sicilian girl from Brooklyn, and was born into this Italian family with a lot of drama. I mean, you know, it's like an opera. You take the garbage out, you gotta go, oh, taking the garbage out. And they have to kiss everybody because you might not come back, who knows? But the word stress didn't even exist then. Nobody talked about stress. There was a depression, there was World War II. My grandmother had 3 sons in the army, and she was always suffering because of that. Sicilian martyrdom. Every time I looked at her, oh, I suffer. But you know what else we did? We ate a lot. We ate, and when we were eating, we practiced to eat again. We talked about eating all the time. We had some fun amidst the angst that was going on. And people seemed to just roll with the punches. I mean, they accepted the reality. And they had a community of people that helped them. They were called neighbors. You remember them? Nobody comes to your house anymore with a sausage or a meatball. Because, you know, what if your LDL is too high or something might go wrong, you know? And who are these people anyway? You see them coming to the door, you go, ah! I don't want to see any people. I have my show to watch tonight. The one with neighbors in it. I don't ever remember my grandmother standing in front of the sink going, oh, Madonna me. I'm so stressed. I can't take it no more. I gotta go to my spin class. Maybe I forgot my kale smoothie this morning. And I don't know where my Fitbit is. We have gotten to a place where we don't know how to see humor in our lives because we don't have those people stopping by. The characters that were once in my life that provided me with historical references that I could put in my books. We don't have those meals together like we often did, where we talked and laughed and shared stories. And if you acted up, lots of luck. You got told. What's wrong with you? And I went to Catholic school. I had the Sisters of Perpetual Mood Disorder. Trust me, they didn't let you get away with anything. And you know, that's all part of understanding how to humor your stress, isn't it? To have people around, to guide you, to laugh with you, to make light of things here and there, instead of all this drama we go around with now, don't we? Isn't there a lot of drama? Everybody's got to tell you what's happening. Facebook is full of stories. Oh, you should see what happened. I was in traffic. Oh, here's a picture of me going through the Easy Pass. life anymore. Because our life, we have become human doings. We're no longer human beings. We have to tell everybody we meet what we're doing. That's why we're so stressed out. Everybody we meet, you know what I'm doing? Do you know how busy I am? I am so busy, I don't know what to do. Well, maybe you should shut up. Maybe that would help. Just shut up. But now the person you've told, hey, they have to ramp it up. They gotta win this contest, for God's sake. So they have to say, you think you're busy? You should see how busy I am. Now you have nowhere to go but your physical ailments. You have to share them. Well, my back hurts, my front hurts, my side. And I don't go to the bathroom very much anymore. And I have to tell you that the more stressed you are, the more you're going to need a laxative. We are one of the few countries that I've been in, many places in the world, that have so many laxatives. Why do you think that is? Look at people's faces and you'll find out. People walk around like this all day long, squeezing and squeezing and squeezing. By the time they go to bed at night, they look like dead parrots. We have problems with insomnia. More people are medicated now, taking sleeping medications. We have more people on antidepressants than any other place in the world. We even have children on antidepressants because we can't leave them alone either. God forbid they should go out and play. Go out and play? What, are you serious? I'm going to make an app that has a squirrel on it so the kids can see that. I'll probably make a fortune. You can't even ride your bike up and down anymore. You got to wear a NASA astronaut suit. You got to wash yourself with Perel. You got to have a healthy snack. No wonder the kids are stressed. I used to drink out of the hose. And I'm still alive. I even fell off my bike. Lots of times. It's kind of sad, isn't it? Kids don't know how to be kids anymore. Human beings don't know how to be human beings anymore because we're all stressed. It's become a metaphor for existence, hasn't it? So I just want to start by taking you on a journey, perhaps to de-stress, with a simple little survey. How many of you have been stressed the past week? Raise your hand. Past several weeks? Past month? Several months? Several years? Lifetime? Now, when we're stressed, what do? We like to tell people. And we form groups. Global whining groups. We get together in our offices, in our home, whatever. Some people, before they leave the house, will tell their family, I'm going to be tired when I get back. This is a form of pre-suffering. You're not tired yet, but you will be. Now, my suggestion is, when you're stressed like this, give yourself a standing ovation. Ask for one. Maybe when you go in your office, you walk in and you say, I came in. I'd like a standing ovation. Why not? When you go home tonight, some of you have already made yourself crazy by thinking about what went on while you weren't there. Something went on. When you walk in the door tonight, go in and say, I'm back. I could have gone someplace else. You're damn lucky I came home. I'd like a standing ovation. So with that in mind, I want every one of you to stand up and give yourselves a standing ovation right now. one step in the right direction. The second thing you have to do is realize we have 60,000 thoughts that go through our brains every day, most of which are there to disturb you. A lot of us are always thinking about the worst possible scenario, aren't we? Oh my God, what's going to happen? And of course, the fear messages that come across with the media today just enhance that, don't they? A lot of you are crazy enough to put the news on in the morning. And we have to know what the weather is. When I was growing up, you know how you found out what the weather was like? You looked out the window. You said, oh, it's raining. Not now. You put it on, you have to know it's raining and what the dew point is. And if there's some kind of thing, a lot of rain, you have to watch some idiot anchor person by the ocean with an umbrella. Then if it's nice here, they tell you where it's awful. So you have to start your day always catastrophizing and awfulizing. That's a term that was made or developed by Dr. Albert Ellis, the author of Rational Emotive Therapy. And many of us are catastrophizing and awfulizing every day, aren't we? We get in our car and we just can't take the fact that there's traffic. Every time I went for a ride with one of my husbands, and I've had two, I call them my husbands. The first thing they'd say is, where did all these cars come from? It's a road. I said, let's go home. Let's go in the driveway. We'll just go up and down. We won't leave. See, the only way to de-stress and use humor is to move away from yourself, to become the witness to your behavior. That's a very Buddhist kind of mindset. Become the witness to your own behavior. Think about what you're thinking about. Is it realistic? You're in a car. Asking yourself where the cars came from is an idiotic question. You might want to ask yourself, gee, I wonder why I said that. This doesn't make any sense. And then we try to ramp it up and make it as bad as possible, and we torture the person next to us. Did you see all the cars? No, I'm an idiot. I didn't notice. How many of you do this when you go food shopping? I've stood in line with people who are harumphing and pawing the earth like bison and going insane. Asking stupid questions again, like, oh, look at all these people in the store. I wonder why they're here now. See the Seinfeld part in this. Ask yourself, why am I saying this? People go shopping at odd hours. There is no plot. They're not here to take revenge on me. Can you imagine what the world would be like if we lightened up? What if we lightened up? What if every one of you realized that you were the joke, cuckoo-ca-choo? Imagine what fun we could have with people that we met if we started listening to our dialogue instead of taking it so seriously. Because if you think the worst and get the worst, you suffer twice. If you think the best and get the worst, you only suffer once. But I think a lot of us like to suffer. What do you think? Yes. And let's face it, it isn't just something that we do on purpose. Some of us have overreactive parts of our brain. And they've noticed that when Buddhist monks have meditated since they were children, that part of their brain is not as reactive. And that's sort of innate to a lot of us, isn't it? Because we're born with that predisposition. People in my family, all the women, have had panic attacks, including myself. The wonder of my journey is that I have been able to teach my other people the things that I needed to learn. And I continue to try to do that because as you get older, And I was 77 a couple of months ago. Thank you. I'm still alive. Well, that's what people come up to me and they say, "Oh, you're still doing this?" I said, "Yeah, I'm not dead yet, okay?" One of my greatest visions is to see the world lighten up. Because if each and every one of us had a light heart, we could share it with others, couldn't we? And our energy in this world would change. So many times when we engage with each other, it's out of, I don't know, necessity to get out of the place we're in. We don't even know where we are half the time because we're always thinking where we're going next. We don't even enjoy the moments because we have to take selfies of the moments we're in so we can watch the moment later. There are so many ways that we can get through this life and laugh. And one of them is to just laugh on purpose. Just crack yourself up. Have a staff laugh at work. Sit with your friends and laugh. I mean, some people haven't had a good laugh for years because they're riding with a committee in their head. People who told them, "Wipe that stupid grin off your face. You think this is funny? When are you going to control yourself so you can be like me? You see how I am?" Because you got to grow up and be an adult and squeeze a lot. Squeeze. So consider another option. Smile. Smile often. Smile at your fellow human. You know, when you're going through the counter and you're paying for your groceries, hey, check me out. Become the fun you're seeking. So many of us are waiting for the fun. You are the fun. And smiling at one another creates a sense of lightness around you, doesn't it? I talk to everybody. I don't care whether they want to hear me or not. I just know that I want to enjoy whatever life I have left on this planet. So, another couple of things I want to share with you before my time is up, and it's not up totally yet. Buy yourself a little red nose. Try complaining with this nose on. Walk into a store. Say, "I don't see anybody here. Where are they?" If you're in a relationship and your partner wants to get amorous and you're not in the mood, put your nose on. Say, "Why don't you start without me? When it sounds good, I'll be in." Hey, who knows? 50 Shades of Grey, 50 Shades of Noses. I don't know. If you like to pre-suffer and you have a psychic mentality, put this on. Get yourself a little costume like this and put it on and start a psychic booth. Go into work and say, "It's going to be a bad day. Next week, it's going to get worse. If someone says it's a beautiful day, it's going to rain Friday." How many people do you know like this? It's like, why suffer in advance? You know, we don't have that much time, as I said before. We're all going to go to another place. Enjoy it. You don't have to be a perfectionist at everything. You don't have to be a martyr. You don't have to be a control freak. Tamp it down. I've never walked through a cemetery that said, "Did everything, died anyway." And if nothing that I've said works, I love this. This is a great metaphor. You want to drive yourself crazy? Get a whip. Use it when you wake up in the morning. Start right in. "Oh, it's raining. Oh, I'm so bloated. Oh, I'm still married to you." Take it to work. There are people there that you know were brought in to disturb you. Go right up to them. Say, "I was fine till I saw you." Now you've given up your power and you've lost your sense of humor. So I hope you will go out into the world, especially tonight, because some people will start right in as soon as they leave. Oh, it's dark. Oh my God, it got dark. Can you believe it? No, I didn't believe it until you told me. Now I know. Where's the car? Can we find it? No, we're going to sleep here on the sidewalk tonight. You got to see the funny. You really do. It's the best revenge, folks. And it's a wonderful connection because when you can laugh at yourself, it shows your humility. And it really breeds connection to all of us because we're all vulnerable, aren't we? We're all vulnerable. So thank you so very much. I hope you have a wonderful, wonderful rest of your life. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Good evening. Good evening. How are you? Are you good? Great. Welcome, welcome, welcome to this match. This match will take exactly 18 minutes. Okay? And you are all part of the same team. Mechelen. Okay? Hey guys, I would like to see fair play on the field, respect, and positivity. Is that okay for everyone? Cool. Good luck. 1 year ago, I decided I wanted to become a football referee. Not because of the money, though. I only get paid 20 euros per match, so I won't really get rich by it, will I? No. I decided to become a referee for two other reasons. One, to stay in good shape. Two, because I wanted to learn how not to take things personally. I can see some people nodding. You are probably thinking being a referee is the perfect environment to learn how not to take things personally, isn't it? Because the spectators hardly ever shout encouraging or positive things. No. What do they shout? Come on, come on. Are you blind? Yeah, good. As a referee, I'm the scapegoat. Apparently, I'm always wrong. It's always my fault. And I wanted to learn how not to take all this personally. Because I really struggle with this. For example, when I drive slowly because I'm trying to find a specific location and somebody is just driving behind me, I feel hunted. Especially when they start honking and flashing their headlights. I take it personally. I know I shouldn't, but it just happens. Do you see what I mean? Yeah. Or when somebody cancels an appointment last minute, I get the feeling that I'm not important enough. Again, I take it personally. Even professionally. I'm a public speaker, like tonight, this is what I do. I give keynote speeches, and I really like it, as long as I can draw my audience into my story. Because the very moment I see somebody is not paying attention, for example, when somebody is looking at his smartphone, it just happens. I take it personally. Relax. You are safe tonight. Don't worry. Feel free to take your smartphones and you can even start talking to your neighbor. I will not take it personally. Why not? Because now, here and now, I'm very conscious that this can happen. And more importantly, I have a strategy to deal with it. So tonight, I would like to share this strategy with you. Are you interested? Cool. Because I guess I'm not the only person in this room who sometimes takes things personally, right? Imagine you invite a friend to go to the movies and she replies, "Oh, sorry, I have to work." But you see a picture on social media of her having dinner with some friends that very night. Or imagine you really have worked very hard on a project. You're really proud of the end result, but the only thing you get is criticism. So you come home and you would like to wind down and share this terrible experience, but while you're telling your story, the other one walks away to switch on the TV. Now, who would take one of these situations personally? Show me hands, come on. Lots of you. Why? Why do we take things personally? Somebody says or does something and bam, we feel hurt, neglected, offended, betrayed by the other one. That's what we believe though. It's the other person's fault. He's responsible for what we feel. He's the one to blame. Now, hang on. Who says that? Which part of us is speaking? It's our ego. Our ego thinks that others should take us into consideration. Our ego doesn't want to be criticized. Hell no. Our ego wants to be acknowledged. I'm right. Is this what you want? Do you want to be right? That's exhausting. When my ego takes over, I'm fighting all day. I'm in a constant struggle with the rest of the world. And it drains my energy. Wouldn't it be so much easier to not take things personally? Because then, no one has power over you. You're free. You experience much more harmony and connection between you and other people. Of course, because your energy can go towards nice things instead of endlessly battling against the things that drive you crazy. So the question is, do you want to be right? Or do you want to be happy? I know what some of you are thinking. I will make sure I will be happy by being right. Well, how do you do it? How to become happy by not taking things personally? You are standing at the kickoff of the match of your life, the match by which you will learn how to stop taking things personally. So as a referee, I brought my coin for the toss. And every coin has two sides, heads or tails, and they stand for two strategies. Two strategies to no longer taking things personally. Sir, good evening. You're the captain of this huge team. You can choose heads or tails. Heads. Okay. You're lucky. It's heads. Are you ready for the first strategy? Okay. Here comes. First strategy. It's not about me. What do you mean it's not about me? This sounds weird, doesn't it? Because when I take things personally, I'm convinced it is about me. When I see someone is looking at his phone, I feel offended. I think, hey, I've put so much effort and time in this presentation. I want respect. I think me, myself, and I. Sounds familiar, no? Yeah, but in fact, it isn't about me. What if I try to look at it from the other person's perspective, asking myself, why? Why is he or she looking at his or her smartphone? Maybe he has just received an important message, one he has been waiting for. Or the topic of my presentation is not really his cup of tea.
So, hello everyone, I'm Sam, and I just turned 17. A few years ago, before my freshman year at high school, I wanted to play snare drum in the Foxborough High School marching band. However, and it was a dream that I just had to accomplish, but each snare drum and harness weighed about 40 pounds each, and I have a disease called progeria, so just to give you an idea, I weigh about only 50 pounds. So logistically, I really couldn't carry a regular size snare drum. And because of this, the band director assigned me to play pit percussion during the halftime show. Now, pit percussion was fun. It involved some really cool auxiliary percussion instruments like the bongos, timpani, and timbales and cowbell. So it was fun. But it involved no marching, and I was just so devastated. However, nothing was going to stop me from playing snare drum with the marching band in the halftime show. So my family and I worked with an engineer to design a snare drum harness that would be lighter and easier for me to carry. And so after continuous work, we made a snare drum apparatus that weighs only about 6 pounds. I'm just going to give you some more information about progeria. Affects only about 350 kids today worldwide, so it's pretty rare. And effects of progeria include tight skin, lack of weight gain, stunted growth, and heart disease. Last year, my mom and her team of scientists published the first successful progeria treatment study. And because of this, I was interviewed on NPR, and John Hamilton asked me the question, what is the most important thing that people should know about you? And my answer was simply that I have a very happy life. So even though there are many obstacles in my life, with a lot of them being created by progeria, I don't want people to feel bad for me. I don't think about these obstacles all the time, and I'm able to overcome most of them anyway. So I'm here today to share with you my philosophy for a happy life. So for me, there are 3 aspects to this philosophy. So this is a quote from the famous Ferris Bueller. The first aspect to my philosophy is that I'm okay with what I ultimately can't do because there's so much that I can do. Now, people sometimes ask me questions like, isn't it hard living with progeria? Or what daily challenges or progeria do you face? And I'd like to say that even though I have progeria, most of my time is spent thinking about things that have nothing to do with progeria at all. Now, this doesn't mean that I ignore the negative aspects of these obstacles. When I can't do something like run a long distance or go on an intense roller coaster, I know what I'm missing out on. But instead, I choose to focus on the activities that I can do through things that I'm passionate about, like scouting or music or comic books or any of my favorite Boston sports teams. Yeah. So, however, sometimes I need to find a different way to do something by making adjustments, and I want to put those things in the can-do category, kind of like you saw with the drum earlier. So here's a clip with me playing Spider-Man with the Foxborough High School marching band at halftime a couple years ago. Pretty cool. And so I was able to accomplish my dream of playing snare drum with the marching band, as I believe I can do for all of my dreams. So hopefully you can accomplish your...
On the last evening of my 25th college reunion, there was a party in a tent. There was dancing and music and noise. So much noise that a lot of us started to drift out of the tent so we could hear each other talk and catch up with classmates that we had not seen in more than 2 decades. As I talked with my friends, I made an astounding discovery. 80% of them were unhappy with their lives. I feel as though I've wasted my life and I'm halfway through it, they said. I don't know what my life is all about. Now, I was privileged to go to Yale, and we were standing on a summer evening in the middle of Yale's old campus, and the people that I was speaking with were privileged and highly educated and financially well off and in positions of power. And they had the first house and the second house, and they had the first spouse and the second spouse. And 80% of them were unhappy with their lives. Who was happy? The 20%? Well, we had studied literature and Renaissance rhetoric, and we were the theater people and the history geeks. We had studied classes for the joy of learning, not because we thought they were going to direct us to a specific job. We still got jobs. We were living our lives expansively with life's ups and downs, and we did not feel that we had wasted a single minute. And as I spoke with the 20%, the happier 20%, I discovered that each of them knew something about their life purpose because they knew 5 things. Who they were, what they did, who they did it for, what those people wanted or needed, and what they got out of it, how they changed as a result. Does that sound hard? It's not. It's actually really simple. In fact, it's so simple that you can learn your life purpose now. You're going to know your life purpose now in the next 5 minutes. Would you like to know your life purpose in the next 5 minutes? Can you be a little bit louder, because they're making a lot of noise in the tent, and there's just this silly little microphone next to my cheek to hear you. Would you like to know your life purpose in the next 5 minutes? Thank you. Actually, it's not even going to take 5 minutes. So can I share something else with you? If you're like a lot of us, you have wondered and worried about your life purpose for a long time. And there are books and magazines and workshops and seminars about it. In fact, Amazon lists 151,928 books that refer to how you can learn your life purpose. Well, I know some people who have spent their entire lives trying to learn their life purpose. And look, we can all agree that the unexamined life is not worth living. But if all you're doing is examining, you're not living. So let's figure out the life purpose right now together. Who you are, what you do, who you do it for, what those people want and need, and how they change as a result. Shall we do it? All right. Everybody, on the count of 5, shout out your first name. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Fabulous. That was the first one. Only 4 to go. That's who you are. What do you love to do? You love to write, cook, design, create iOS apps, write code, crunch numbers, talk, teach. What do you love to do? And if there's a lot of things that come up for you, focus it down by asking yourself this one question. What is the one thing that right now you feel supremely qualified to teach other people? Think about that in one word. Hold it. Don't release it yet. On the count of 5. What do you do?
Here's a mouse. Here's a phone. There is no dopamine in these objects. There's no dopamine in here. There's no, dopamine entering my brain from a mouse. What happens is when I engage in certain activities, those activities activate my brain. That's where the dopamine is. Today, we're going to talk about anhedonia, which is the primary reason why I think a lot of people's lives feel really empty. we have this idea that life should be full, right? It should be enjoyable. There should be a lot of positive emotion. We should look forward to the future. We should be able to enjoy our day-to-day activities. We should be proud of who we are. But for many people today, we struggle with all of those things. We struggle with motivation. We struggle with pleasure. Our emotions feel incredibly flat. And the reason for that is something called anhedonia. I know it sounds almost like too unbelievable, right? Is there one concept or one thing going on in our brain that is responsible for all of these problems? This is a paper called Understanding Anhedonia, a qualitative study exploring loss of interest and pleasure in adolescent depression. So what we're going to do is just jump straight to like what anhedonia actually is and how it manifests. And this is what we're going to talk about today. So adolescent's experience of anhedonia involves experiencing a loss of joy and a flattening of emotion, struggling with motivation and active engagement, losing a sense of connection and belonging, and questioning sense of self, purpose, and the bigger picture. So feeling less positive emotion and experiencing a cycle of boredom, feeling dampened emotions, feeling unmotivated but maintaining long-term aspirations, right? You want to achieve all these things, but you're completely unmotivated to actually do them. Feeling unable to gain momentum or engage in effortful.
Jamie Foxx is insanely charismatic. Some people mistakenly think he's just an over-the-top comedian because of jokes like this one.
I did cash one time, and the next morning I got up there like, oh my.
While he does use physical comedy at times, Jamie is a magnetic storyteller and amazing conversationalist. He can even lead a conversation while spending most of it just listening and asking the right questions. So today, we're going to break down a few of Jamie's habits and how you can use these habits to become funnier, more magnetic, and a more likable listener. If you can become even one of those three things, people will love being around you.
I'm taken back by these stories, man. Honestly, I feel like I should pay you for sitting here listening to this.
The first thing Jamie does in most conversations is set a playful tone from the start. For example, most guests coming on to Jimmy Kimmel Live just walk out, wave to the audience, and take a seat. Instead, Jamie comes in high energy and is immediately striking goofy poses, getting people to do the wave, and joking with the audience.
The wave is just elevated all the years. Lady in the front said, come on, Jamie, give me some of that.
This doesn't mean to try to get the wave started every time you enter a party. But most people enter meetings or social gatherings nervous, which causes them to be low energy. So they keep their voices quiet and their gestures small. Then they struggle when they suddenly see someone they want to make a good impression on. If instead, you make a point to be a bit louder and higher energy from the moment you walk in, you'll find it's much easier to get social momentum and feel outgoing. If you want to start small, try building the habit of smiling every time you enter a new room. That said, don't force yourself to be goofy the whole time. Part of what makes Jamie charismatic is his ability to switch gears and be genuine when the moment calls for it.
How are you doing? How's your life going? Yeah, how are you doing? I'm doing well, thank you. I know I'm breaking protocol, but I saw something about you and your kid. It was fantastic. I said, when I see you in person.
Once Jamie sees that genuine moment is well received, and Jimmy understands that he means it, he goes back to cracking jokes.
He's doing great, by the way. I feel weird because, it makes you feel weird because when I did it, you went, oh, goodness. Yeah. I gotta be serious.
So to start, let's go over some quick, easy ways you can get people laughing. One of Jamie's go-to ways to get a laugh is by teasing himself. As a quick example, watch his reaction after Ellen shows a clip of him doing pull-ups and says his body is impressive.
Because, brothers don't do legs.
Really?
No. Like, we're big at the top and sort of small at the bottom. Like, I could beat you up, but I can't chase you. Because,
It's worth noting, while he is teasing himself, that burn has no heat. No one cares if he has small legs, so it's not actually something that puts him down. Here's another example from when he met NBA player Draymond Green.
I ran into Draymond Green. Come on, man.
Yeah, right.
In the back.
Yeah,
he's going to be mad when he hears all of this.
You mean like, why cry for me?
I said, what's up, Draymond? He said, what's up, Fox? How you doing?
There's zero shame in being smaller than an NBA forward. So he's making fun of himself, but not actually putting himself down. Again, a burn with no heat. What you can and can't tease about yourself is subjective, and it comes down to being honest with yourself about what areas you're comfortable and what areas you're a bit insecure. For instance, a lot of people are insecure about being out of shape. But even when he's not in top form, Jamie has no problem making a joke like this.
Got the body right. You didn't do like me. Like I have a spank already. You didn't spank it out. This is all spank. Muscles. Spank.
Teasing yourself like that makes people laugh, and it shows confidence. That said, even if you're the one that initiates the joke, if people are laughing at something you're insecure about, there's a risk it's going to bother you, especially because it also invites other people to tease you for the same thing. So to start, only tease areas that aren't major insecurities. You can combine this with another habit Jamie does incredibly well, which is storytelling. Jamie is a magnetic storyteller. He's able to tell stories that make you laugh or that captivate you and hit you emotionally. One thing you'll notice about Jamie is the way he tells stories really takes you through the experience with him. Two things create that feeling. He tells present tense stories with a variety of voices. For example, listen to him tell the story of his first audition with Tom Cruise.
Tom Cruise reads his line, but it was like this. So I thought he lost his place. I couldn't hear him, so I said, "We right here." He says, "I know, I said the line, I'm waiting on you." I'm like, "Oh."
And again, you saw he exaggerates to his detriment at the end to get a laugh. One other thing to notice, as he gets into his stories, Jamie smiles with his eyes and speaks through a smile, which primes people to smile and laugh with him. If you've ever seen someone tell the same joke as you but get a bigger laugh, this or speaking louder was probably why. Here's another example. Watch for present tense, a variety of voices, and smile priming.
Like, you know, I'm 49, so I was DJing at this club. These girls was about the DJ booth, and they were just so young. Like, I said, "Well, how old are you?" Like, "I'm 22. How old are you?" "I'm 23. And, oh my gosh, she's ancient. She's 27. I'm like, wow. Yeah.
Also notice he pauses at his punchline before continuing.
And the girl asked me how old I was. 49. Oh my God. Didn't you die from 49? Come on, girls, let's pray. He has 49.
Those 5 elements make up the bulk of Jamie's funny stories. The best part is you don't even have to master all 5 to become a magnetic storyteller. Pick 1 or 2 to focus on to start. You'll notice your stories get a better reaction almost instantly. Jamie relies on the power of pauses even more when he's telling serious stories. He does this by using a special kind of pause, a cliffhanger pause. Sometimes it's only half a second, but it grabs your attention. Here's a quick example.
Because when we were nominated for the Oscars,
most people pause at the end of their sentences. Instead, Jamie pauses at a point that's clearly mid-sentence. This creates a moment of curiosity and triggers the human desire to know how things end. Here's a longer example. This is Jamie describing how powerful it was to watch Michael B. Jordan give his final speech in Just Mercy.
You finished that speech, and what you didn't see behind you was...
See? Aren't you at least a little curious what was behind him?
The extras in the courtroom gave you a standing ovation.
The fear people have with pausing is that they'll get cut off. But there's a solution to that potential problem. In this next clip, watch how Jamie uses his hand to show he isn't done speaking even through this incredibly long emotional pause. For context, he's sharing his experience after his father was sentenced to jail for 7 years.
I said, I told my pops, I can't come see you.
By keeping your hand up in the gesture you were using while speaking, you make it clear you aren't finished.
But I wrote him a letter. I said, "Hey, you know, things have gotten good for me. When you get out, I'll save your life."
So if you're ever speaking and want to make sure you maintain people's attention while you pause, keep your hand gesture up until you continue. So far, we've talked about how to be an amazing conversationalist while doing most of the talking. But there's another way to have people love speaking with you, which is by being a likable listener. Jamie follows the standard listening advice like making eye contact and facing his body towards you, but he has a...
We all have some behavior that we would like to change about ourselves. And we certainly all want to help someone else change their behavior in a positive way. So maybe it's your kid, your spouse, your colleague. So I want to share some new research with you that I think reveals something really important about what gets people to change their behavior. But before I do that, let's zoom in on one strategy that I think you probably use a lot. So let's say you're trying to stop yourself from snacking. What do you tell yourself? Well, most people's inner monologue will say, beware, you'll be fat. And if this was your kid, you would probably tell him that smoking kills, and by the way, he's in big, big trouble. So what we're trying to do here is we're trying to scare ourselves and others into changing their behavior. And it's not just us. Warnings and threats are really common in health campaigns, in policy. It's because we all share this deep-rooted belief that if you threaten people, if fear is induced, it will get them to act. And it seems like a really reasonable assumption, except for the fact that the science shows that warnings have very limited impact on behavior. So, graphic images on cigarette packets, for example, do not deter smokers from smoking. And one study found that after looking at those images, quitting actually became a lower priority for smokers. So I'm not saying that warnings and threats never work, but what I'm saying is that on average, they seem to have a very limited impact, and so the question is why? Why are we resistant to warnings? Well, if you think about animals, when you induce fear in an animal, the most common response you will see is freezing or fleeing. Fighting, not as much. And so humans are the same. So something scares us, we tend to shut down, and we try to eliminate the negative feelings. So we might use rationalization. So for example, you might tell yourself, my grandpa smoked, he lived to be 90, so I have really good genes and absolutely nothing to worry about. And this process can actually make you feel more resilient than you did before, which is why warnings sometimes have this boomerang effect. And other times, we simply put our head in the ground. Take the stock market, for example. Do you know when people pull their head out of the ground to look at their accounts, not to make a transaction, just to log in to check their account? So what you're seeing here in black is the S&P 500 over 2 years. And in gray is a number of times that people logged into their account just to check. And this is data from Carlson, Lowenstein, and Seppi. It's controlled for all the obvious confounds. So what do we see? So when the market is high, people log in all the time. Because positive information makes you feel good, so you seek it out. And when the market is low, people avoid logging in. Because negative information makes us feel bad, so we try to avoid it altogether. And all this is true as long as bad information can reasonably be avoided. So what you don't see here is what happened a few months later in the financial collapse of 2008 when the market went drastically down, and that's when people started logging in frantically. But it was a bit too late. So you can think about it like this. It's not just finance. In many different parts of our life, we have warning signs and bad behaviors now. And they could potentially lead to all these bad outcomes later. But not necessarily so, because there's different routes from your present to your future, right? It can go this way, it can go that way. And as time passes, you gather more and more information about where the wind is blowing. And at any point you can intervene, and you could potentially change the outcome. But that takes energy, and you might tell yourself, well, what's the point about worrying about something that might happen? It might not happen. Until we reach this point, at which time you do jump into action, but sometimes it's a little bit too late. So we wanted to know in my lab, what type of information does leak into people? So we conducted an experiment where we asked approximately 100 people to estimate the likelihood of 80 different negative events that might happen to them in the future. So for example, I might ask you, what is the likelihood that you will suffer hearing loss in your future? And let's say you think it's about 50%. Then I give you the opinion of 2 different experts. So expert A tells you, for someone like you, I think it's only 40%. So they give you a rosier view of your future. Expert B says, You know, for someone like you, I actually think it's about 60%. It's worse. So they give you a bleaker view of your future. What should you do? Well, you shouldn't change your beliefs, right? Wrong. What we find is that people tend to change their beliefs towards a more desirable opinion. In other words, people listen to the positive information. Now, this study was conducted on college students. So you might say, well, college students are delusional, right? We all know that. And surely as we grow older, we grow wiser. So we said, okay, let's test that. Does this really generalize? Does it generalize to your kid? Does it generalize to your parent? Does it generalize to your spouse? And so we tested people from the age of 10 until the age of 80. And the answer was yes. In all these age groups, people take in information they want to hear, like someone telling you you're more attractive than you thought, than information that they don't want to hear. And the ability to learn from good news, it remained quite stable throughout the lifespan. But the ability to learn from bad news, that changes as you age. So what we found was that kids and teenagers, they were the worst at learning from bad news. And the ability became better and better as people aged. But then, around the age of 40, around midlife, it started deteriorating again. So what this means is that the most vulnerable populations, kids and teenagers on the one hand, and the elderly on the other hand, they're the least likely to accurately learn from warnings. But what you can see here is that it doesn't matter what age you are. You can be 20, 30, 40, 50, or 60. Everyone takes in information they want to hear more than information that they don't. And so we end up with a view like this of ourselves. And our mistake as teachers, as mentors, as employers, is that instead of working with this positive image that people so effortfully maintain, we try and put a clear mirror in front of them. We tell them, you know, the image is just going to get worse and worse and worse, and it doesn't work. It doesn't work because the brain will frantically try to distort the image using Photoshop and fancy lenses until it gets the image it's happy with. But what will happen if we went along with how our brain works and not against it? Take hand washing, for example. So we all know that hand washing is the #1 way to prevent the spread of disease, and this is really important in hospitals. So in a hospital here in the United States, a camera was installed to see how often medical staff do in fact sanitize their hands before and after entering a patient's room. Now, the medical staff, they knew a camera was installed. Nevertheless, only 1 in 10 washed their hands before and after entering a patient's room. But then an intervention was introduced. An electronic board that told the medical staff how well they were doing. Every time you washed your hands, the numbers went on up on the screen. And it showed you your rate of your current shift and the rate of the weekly staff. And what happened? Boom. Compliance raised to 90%, which is absolutely amazing. And the research staff were amazed as well, and they made sure to replicate it in another division in the hospital. Again, the same results. So why does this intervention work so well? It works well because instead of using warnings about bad things that can happen in the future, like disease, it uses 3 principles that we know really drive your mind and your behavior. Let me explain. So the first one is social incentives. In the hospital study, the medical staff could see what other people are doing, right? They can see the rate of the shift, the rate of the week. We're social people. We really care what other people are doing. We want to do the same and we want to do it better. This is an image from a study that we conducted led by PhD student Micah Adelson. And what it's showing you, it's a signal in the emotional center of your brain when you hear about the opinion of others. And what we found was that this signal can predict how likely you are to conform at a later time, how likely you are to change your behavior. So the British government are using this principle to get people to pay taxes on time. In an old letter that they sent to people who forgot to pay taxes on time, they simply stressed how important it was to pay taxes, and that didn't help. So then they added one sentence. And that sentence said, 9 out of 10 people in Britain pay their taxes on time. And that one sentence enhanced compliance within that group by 15%. And it's thought to bring into the British government £5.6 billion. So highlighting what other people are doing is a really strong incentive. The other principle is immediate rewards. So every time the staff washed their hand, they could see the numbers go up in the board, and it made them feel good. And knowing that in advance made them do something that they otherwise may not want to do. Now, this works because we value immediate rewards, rewards that we can get now, more than rewards that we can get in the future. And people tend to think it's because we don't care about the future, but that's completely wrong. I mean, we all care about our future, right? We want to be happy, we want to be healthy in the future, to be successful. But the future is so far away. I mean, maybe you'll behave badly now, and you'll be fine in the future. And maybe you'll be altogether dead. So the here and now you would rather have that tangible drink, that tangible T-bone, rather than something that's uncertain in the future. If you think about it, it's not altogether irrational, right? You're choosing something sure now, rather than unsure in the future. But what will happen now for doing actions that are good for them in the future? So studies show that giving people immediate rewards makes them more likely to quit smoking, more likely to start exercising, and this effect lasts for at least 6 months, because not smoking becomes associated with a reward, and exercising becomes associated with a reward, and it becomes a habit, it becomes a lifestyle. So we can reward ourselves and others now for behaving in ways that are good for us in the future, and that's a way for us to bridge the temporal gap. And the third principle is progress monitoring. So the electronic boards focus the medical staff attention on improving their performance. This is an image from a study that we conducted that shows you brain activity suggestive of efficient coding of positive information about the future. And what we found was that the brain does a really good job at this, but it doesn't do such a good job at processing negative information about the future. So what does this mean? It means that if you're trying to get people's attention, you might want to highlight the progress, not... So for example, if you take that kid with a cigarette, you might want to tell them, you know, if you stop smoking, you'll become better at sports. Highlight the progress, not the decline. Now, before I sum up, let me just share this small anecdote with you. So, a few weeks ago, I got home and I found this bill on my fridge. And I was really surprised because there's never any bills on my fridge. I was wondering why my husband decided to put that on our fridge. And so looking at the bill, I could see that what this bill was trying to do is get me to be more efficient with my electricity use. And how was it doing it? Social incentives, immediate rewards, and progress monitoring. Let me show you. So here's the social incentives. So in gray is the energy use, the average energy use of people in my neighborhood. And in blue is my energy use. And in green is the most efficient neighbor. And my reaction to this was, my immediate reaction was, I'm a little bit better than average. A tiny bit, but still. And my husband was exactly the same reaction. And I want to get to the green bar. And then I got a smiley face. That was my immediate reward, and it was telling me you're doing good, and it made me want to put this on my fridge. And although I have this one smiley face, I can see there's an opportunity there to get 2 smiley faces. So there's an opportunity for progress, and it's showing me my progress throughout the year, how my energy use changes throughout the year. And the last thing this bill gave me, it gave me a sense of control. So it gave me a sense that I was in control of my use of electricity. And that is a really important thing if you're trying to get people to change their behavior, because the brain is constantly trying to seek ways to control its environment. It's one of the principles of what the brain is actually doing. And so giving people a sense of control is a really important motivator. Okay, so what am I not saying? I'm not saying that we do not need to communicate risks. And I'm not saying that there's one solution fits all. But I am saying that if we want to motivate change, we might want to rethink how we do it. Because fear, the fear of losing your health, the fear of losing money, induces inaction, while the thrill of the gain induces action. And so to change behavior in ourselves and in others, we may want to try these positive strategies rather than threats, which really capitalize on the human tendency to seek progress. Thank you.
It still needs a joke under. I mean, that's the problem with some of these young guys. They think it's all attitude and all.
No, you gotta work on it.
It's gotta have jokes.
The typical structure of a joke consists of a setup and punchline. So what does the setup do? The setup builds up the audience's expectations. However this is done.
The most common superstition in the world today is a belief in horoscopes.
It has to engage the audience's emotions or attitudes. Usually this expectation leads to some sort of tension, anxiety, or nervous energy, and this is followed by a relief through the punchline.
And there's a name for people that believe in horoscopes. They're called single women.
Another way of thinking about this is in terms of a puzzle. There's some puzzle that needs to be solved, and we feel a relief from solving it. Sometimes the relief is derived from realizing that the puzzle is absurd and not meant to be solved at all.
If I had a daughter and she was in the next room going, "Mommy, there's a monster under my bed," I'd be like, "Yeah, of course there is. That's where they live."
Comic can use an overblown exaggeration. It's just Socratic irony.
attention in the audience by eliciting some emotion or attitude. This can be spite, disgust, reproach, anger. And under-exaggeration can have the same playful effect, but the elicited emotion is often more neutral or positive. Something like pity, adoration, or confusion.
I hated how Oprah was interviewing him and acting like she was dumbfounded that this guy would do this. Like, she's been in show business for 35 years and she can't, like, wrap her head around some guy doing whatever it takes to get to the next level.
Here, Bill Burr is eliciting an emotional response from the audience by criticizing Oprah. The reaction from the audience is built because Oprah isn't the usual target for criticism. But there's some confusion or shock. There's a puzzle.
Didn't she, for the first 5 years, have, like, midgets who wanted to bang their mailman's boyfriend? And she didn't want to do it. She didn't want to do it, but she didn't have the power to say no, so she wrote it out. And then when she could make a good decision, she did a show.
The built-up tension engages the audience on an emotional level. It's a very subtle manipulation. When the exaggeration becomes obvious, the tension starts to be relieved. The audience knows he's not seriously criticizing Oprah. It's all tongue-in-cheek. The audience knows now. They're in on the game. They've solved the puzzle.
But she stood on the heads of those little people for 5 years until she got, and then she's sitting there approaching this guy like, so how could you? You know exactly what he's doing.
The use of specific concrete examples reinforces the connection between the comedian and the audience. The particular feeling or experience that resonates between the comedian and the audience is integral for there to be a tension, a genuine tension that the comedian wants to have on the audience in the following relief. This underlying point of building a connection between the comedian and the audience can be put another way. Be relatable. Still, it must be original, or else it can't build a genuine tension. The familiar is boring. It doesn't elicit the appropriate response on the audience.
Every box of Swanson says hungry man on the box. I imagine they had a marketing meeting. They went, all right, we're not going to do anything about the quality. We're agreed upon that. So, which segment of the public should we target that could potentially even choke this pig food down? What about hungry men that are broke, alone, and starving? Taste is the least of their problems.
Here, Seinfeld employs a common ground between him and the audience, the TV dinner, and attacks it from many different angles.
But it's an honest product. It's TV dinner. They're telling you, TV dinner. Stare at the screen and chew. Do not look down. Eyes front. Grind it out.
Here, the relief of observational humor is finding novel insights in something so ordinary, like TV dinners.
I do think Swanson has helped people. It helps people reach their personal life goals. In a way. I had millions of them when I was starting out. When you peel back that plastic cover, you plow through those 4 compartments of hell. By the time you get to that peach cobbler, you go, I gotta make something out of my life.
The use of bodily gestures and facial expressions adds a dimension of realism for the audience, makes this scene believable, and this is crucial for building up tension. If it's not believable, if the audience is aware that they're being manipulative, there can't be a genuine tension and relief. The comedian must be in control. In this respect, tone and volume are also important. It captures the audience and makes the scene more authentic.
Because it's 6 a.m. I'm so deep in the deep African sleep. Like it's just an ancient, mysterious, submerged in a river of warm chocolate. Just
note Louis' mannerisms, gestures, and expressions. Not only are they important for communication, they also paint a picture for the audience.
And sleep was like a goddess whore just sucking me off. Just she's got a gold helmet and 40 tongues.
Again, tone and volume elicit an emotional response, and it goes to further reinforce the comic's persona.
And she's speaking in a dead language. And she's feeding syrupy heroin into my penis while she's sucking. Oh, let this be my life. Please let this be real. Let this be real. Daddy, no. Shit.
The use of rhythm or pace is another important feature. Comedians use a slower pace to build up a certain tension and switch to faster pace to capture the audience's attention or provide further relief.
I'm one of those people that's so smart that I'm uncomfortable in this world. And I'm scared to live. I'm not scared to live, but it's scary out here. God damn. I know how flimsy this shit is. I can see through I can see the truth. There's an animal inside each and every one of you. It's not good.
Note here Dave's use of pauses for emphasis and tension.
Shit is real. Listen, I was looking at the paper the other day. I'm not making this up. There's a serial rapist in Houston. There's nothing funny about serial rape, but
The pacing, the rhythm, the pauses, they're all important techniques for public speakers.
there's an animal inside each and every one of you. It's not good. Shit is real. Listen, I was looking at the paper the other day. I'm not making this up. There's a serial rapist in Houston. There's nothing funny about serial rape, but what is noteworthy about this particular rapist is that all of his victims have been men. Enjoy your evening.
Life is like a hurricane. Yeah, duck, bird, race cars, lasers, aeroplanes. It's a duck blur. Might solve a mystery or rewrite history. DuckTales.
Yeah, Uber Eats for Jeremiah. It's 9B0, first three. 9B0.
Swipe your window.
There you go. Nine BO. 9BO. Jeremiah B. Yeah, it's B4. 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 Let's clean her out.
Alright, hey, it's Aaron. I just turned 15. You know, the older I get, the more I'm like really wanting to get my hands dirty. So I found this new deal in our neighborhood. I think it's a good deal. You know, it's an auction for a house. Hey, Dad. What? You got a deal. You got a deal. You look at real champions. Maybe you'll find a deal. You ain't found me a deal since you were the day you were born. Well, for 1.1, but it's going for auction on the 28th. Who's running the auction? Is this a private company? Trying, you never know, you play little tricks. Is it the county? American Heritage Auctioneers. He's actually not a crook. But a lot of people ran into this guy's pretty honest. I know him for at least 20 years now. It is 6,000 square feet. 6,000? I mean, to build that house today, it costs you a few $100 a square foot at least. So that's worth $1.8 million if it was brand new, but it's not brand new. And it's out on the water, as I can see on the map.
buyers. How low will he go? That's the whole question. Let's go do a drive-by. There's people living there, so we can't bucket the place. All right, let's go. I'll even let you sit in the front today. You're going to be the big shot. Going out in the Bentley and finding us a deal to make some money. Let's see if Eric can make us $500,000 today on a house auction. I'll be happy for $200,000.
We all know why the mafiosos make him sit in the front.
That's right. Because you get whacked. And how come Aaron ain't driving?
I can drive.
No, I can drive. All right, I'll drive. Here. I'll drive. It's up to you. You want to drive.
I don't want to be in front of you.
No, you're a good shot today. You can't drive.
I'll drive.
No, you got to focus on it.
I never drive.
I'm going to sit in the back today. Like a big shot in the back of a Bentley. I found my next car I'm going to buy. It's called a Toyota, believe it or not. Toyota Century. You know what it is? Chinese Rolls Royce for half price. Although you can buy them cheap once they're a few years old, but it has all like the luxury, Chinese luxury. I want to try it out. You can buy them anywhere from cheap as 20 to 100 grand. Brand new to 250. That's what all the big shots in Japan drive around in, they said.
Great in your investments, and I just wanted to touch base and see where things are at, where we can be in a position to help you.
You're going to help me? How can somebody ain't got no fucking money help me? That's what I want to know. You couldn't help yourself. How the fuck are you going to help me? You want to make money? Deal with people who are making money. I wish I could buy this fucking Publix here. That would be a fucking home run. Find out who owns that Publix, see if they want to sell, and how much they want. It's as simple as that, really, in real estate. You know, you can look up the owner of any property. If you look hard enough, some people try to hide, but you can still find them. And you ask them, hey, you want to sell this place? No, I don't. Fine. Come on. No, I want $10 million. Well, how about 9? All right, let's do it. Done. You and your fucking backpack, you can put it in a fucking trunk. You're such a bulldog. You know, can you put your fucking big-ass backpack in the trunk?
Sob, drop the beat.
This lady here, she told the broker, you can sell my building to anybody, but not that Ben Mala. You know why? Because I bought 2 buildings from her that were neglected. I fixed them up. She found out I made a nice profit on it, and she got upset. Well, lady, why didn't you get off your ass and fix up the apartments, raise the rent, and fill the vacancies and spruce the place up? Don't blame me. Don't hate the player, hate the game. You're gonna be in the fucking game, play it. So she told the broker she will not sell to me under any circumstances. Bitch. All right, here's the neighborhood.
Look at that. That's a nice house.
Nice house. These are like old ranch houses. There's the auction sign. Where's the house?
It's right there.
Oh, down that long driveway. Do not trespass. The big-ass waste of front yard. You're on the wrong side of the road. You get a ticket right now and have your license.
This is for business purposes.
Bullshit. Tell that to the cop. What are you doing on the wrong side of the road? No other house here is that size. You look around, right? And you look at the side of the lot. There is no house here. Now, he's crazy if he thinks that's the lot and he's selling it off separately. He's fucking nuts.
No, the lot that he's selling off separately.
Behind his house, it's still worthless because you still got to go down a fucking easement of a driveway you share to get to your house, so that decreases the value. All right, well, the house looks nice, been well maintained, it's got a nice roof, it's 1990s, big lot, good area, you know, but it's still the white elephant. You know, could be spruced up a little, I don't know, could make it gated, throw 20 grand into a fence with an electric gate. You know, make it more stately, but you're the big macha in the neighborhood. Look at all these houses around here. These houses probably only go for about 500. So this one's double the price, but double the square footage. Simple. Woohoo! Look at that, baby. Press a button. None of that pulling and tugging and all that. Hold the button, and it closes. Matt, when this part broke when we first bought the car, it was under warranty. How much did it cost to fix?
$15,000.
$15,000 to replace this whole thing. Thank God I had the warranty. What we're doing is we're educating ourselves and knowing the market. We know what the house has been sitting on the market for a while now. Now the guy's desperate. Why? Because he went to an auction. Why? Because an auction is going to guarantee his closing. So now, when people take their house, put it on the market, and then all of a sudden put it on the auction block, that means they need to sell. They may not be ready for foreclosure, or they might, you never know, but they're ready to sell. And that's when you can make deals. When somebody else is ready to sell and you're ready to buy, you just got to find a common ground. And what is that normally? The price. But if you got the cash to do a quick deal, that's what they're looking for. People will substitute money for time, guarantees in time, quickness. Why? Because time is money. If they don't guarantee they got money coming in a week instead of 2 months, it's worth a lot more to them. Because they get that money in a week, they can put it to work and do whatever the hell the problems are or making more money. His realtor wasn't aggressive enough on the price. What he should have done was, I never would have put it on there for $1.1 million. He's real serious about selling. He should have put it under there for $99999. Why? Because when people go in the MLS to search to look for a house to buy, they're going to put the price parameters in there. And the price parameter they typically put will be a category of people that use 1 million. So somebody will go in there, show me all the houses for under $1 million or 500,000 to $1 million. That's how they search for houses. Then if he would have put that thing on for 99999, he would have got a bite. But maybe I should have been a real estate agent. If you have a real estate license and you're actively practicing real estate and making money at it, it is equivalent or more to a college degree because there's no limit to the money you can make if you apply yourself just being the in-between on other people's deals. Then you can also snatch up the really good deals for yourself. I mean, to me, if you got a real estate license, you got a license to make money because everybody's a prospect. Everybody in this world, living on this planet, at some point in their life, they either want to buy a house or sell a house. And if they're in business, they want to buy or sell that type of real estate, whether it's retail, hotels, apartment buildings, industrial. It's tremendous. All you have to do is apply yourself and get around people that are doing it. Typically, you'll get 3% on the deal. You split a commission with another broker. If you're really a hot shot, you'll get 5 or 6%. But 3% on every 100 grand is $3,000. You sell a house for $1 million, you made 30 grand. What'd you do? You searched on a computer for a house for somebody to buy. You took them out. You showed them a few houses, the best deals you could find. They buy one of them. You made 30 grand. The title company and lawyers do all the goddamn work. All you do is initially write a contract up. And a lot of times lawyers do that for you. I mean, it's a career. A lot of these housewives said, I'm tired of sitting around a damn house. The kids are grown, and they ain't got nothing to do. They can only play so much tennis. What do? They get their real estate license. There are women in my neighborhood that are making millions a year after they start employing other women to do it. And have you ever looked in your cabinet and looked for a bag of chips? That's what I'm going to do today. We have no chips. You always have these little bags of leftovers. Question is, are they stale or not?
Number one,
quiet, lady.
Number one, you're not supposed to have any chips.
Yeah.
So I don't even know what you're doing here.
You got nothing.
Yes.
You don't buy no food no more.
I don't buy what you don't need. Like, you're supposed to have this.
Normally we have, I'm not eating that crap. That's what burns. First, taste them, because there's no point doing it if they're no good anymore. Not stale yet. Dump them in there. They suck, but they're not chips. They're not stale yet. Good stuff. Pork rinds. Go ahead and taste them. I'll eat a stale pork rind.
It's supposed to be vegan, Brian, I think.
Vegan? I hate vegan. I would be a vegan pork rind.
Is it good?
Tastes healthy. That's like a healthy pig. That doesn't make sense. You're telling me people that don't eat meat buy something with a picture on a pig with a pig in it. Big, beautiful house, big, giant yard, extra piece of land.
What do you think about it?
I think it'd be perfect for you. We can sell this house and move in there.
No, that's not what you said.
What, honey?
That's not what you said. You just said, oh, well, I think it's perfect for you. You didn't say for us.
Listen, whatever goes for you includes me. Because the property was so big, you have a horse on it. Want a horse? Want a horse to go with your bull?
You said a bull.
Yeah, not a burro. A bull. I used to think the word burro meant bull in Spanish because she used to call me a burro. And I looked it up and found out it meant donkey. Come on, I didn't get no breakfast today. It's already lunchtime. You starved us last night for dinner.
How did I starve you last night?
Gave it a little bit of chicken and rice. Sergeant Pepper's here. Kind of stuff you eat at carnivals. Step right up, get your hot sausage and peppers here, $5. And see the bearded lady. Carl, go put your beard on. What do we have here today? For the first time, I get to see Ben's new car.
This is my new toy, my 2022 Corvette 2LT convertible.
Where'd the money come to buy this one?
Out of my account.
Good. Better yours than mine.
You know, you gotta live life. I wanted a sports car. I always wanted a two-seater that's just me, can get in by myself and go. Considering a Huracan, I was considering the Tesla Plaid, a Ferrari, but ultimately, after reviewing everything and looking at everything, the technology in this car is way better than anything. This is American-made, baby. So if I break something, I can get it fixed right away.
Let's do the fat boy test wanting a sports car.
Because it's not really suited towards fat guys. Don't tell my dad, because he told me, oh, your knees are going to go out on you. Just shh.
You're going to be weak in the knees, baby.
I'm fine.
You got to have special glasses to wear this car. If the car looks cool, you got to look cool. And let me tell you, you need all the help you can get.
I matched the car. All right, so I get in right here, grab this, and then lower myself in. No problem. Right? Now getting out, it's a trick. Okay, the trick is you take this foot, come out, you turn this foot, come out. Now you use the steering wheel and push.
Now try doing that every day, in and out of that car for a week. 3 or 4 times a day and see what happens.
It's gonna keep me young.
I don't know.
I'm gonna lose some weight. It's gonna motivate me to lose weight. Now when the top's up, that's a whole different story. Oh, it's hot. It's a hot day in Florida today. So now I go like this. Now I go sit down like this.
How fat people drive sports cars.
And then I turn. And now I'm in. Otherwise, you'll whack your head right here. And I've done it.
Well, we'll see how long it lasts, folks. How long will he be able to lift 500 pounds in and out of a brand new Corvette?
I'm already tired just doing that right now.
Very nice.
Thank you, thank you.
All right, now we have Ray the electrician, currently released from prison on probation. The story is this big-ass house a pain he has to maintain. It's approximately about 7 years old now. These lights here are starting to look like shit. So we have to go around and see about taking all these lights and speakers because the paint's been eaten up by the salt air and have it refinished. I don't know how many lights we got here. And those lights, it's only about, what, 40 feet? All the ones that we can reach. How many you got here? Matt, you're in charge of counting. How many we got?
3 guys right here.
I see 4. Holy shit, he's 4.
He was trying to help you. If the bid was 3, Ray would have to do all 4.
Go ahead and turn it on. Let me see what it looks like when you turn it on. I don't care if the lenses look yellow.
Oh, the light's yellow. So, doesn't really matter.
Believe it or not, I don't think there's one bulb out. You're in luck. So, go through the whole house, all around, the front too. Yeah, all these are fucked up there. How are you gonna get up there? I don't know. That's gonna be a tricky one. Fucking house is way too hard to maintain.
Holy shit, you said you wanted to go over deals? Want to go over everything real quick? You can yell at me?
I don't yell. And the only people I yell about are the people that I depend on. It's the other people I ignore. Because they're useless. They don't give a fuck. So I don't even bother talking to them. Because they don't care. They're just along for the fucking ride. Anyway, that deal about the hotel in St. Pete, see if that chair will lift up, because I can't sit in it. It's too low. I need 2 new office chairs.
Yes, sir.
Because it don't pay to recover these.
No, it does not. I will buy you.
Believe it or not, I have a guy bidding on recovering them.
Why?
Because they weren't cheap on Mike Bonus, I think, boy.
I bought these chairs.
Anyway, we tried putting patches on them.
I see you.
Even somebody in the video commented. Welcome to an episode of Grilling Little Ben. Or, What's the Story? Where's the list of all our properties we own?
Right here.
So, me and Ben Jr. sit down, we go through all the properties. make a list of everything that needs to be done, and execute it. We're going retail right now.
All right, retail.
Retail. We got the liquor store. What the story is on that?
So went back to the tenant, asked for a little bit more in rent. They are working their financial model and supposed to get back to me. That was on the 1st. So I probably should reach back out to them again and see where they're at, because we don't have a letter of commitment yet. We don't have an LOI. The next step is to pull the permit. So I go down there, pull the permit, start construction. The latest bid I received was $180,000 to...
How much did it cost to do it in Tampa that time we split space?
80.
Why is it $100,000 more?
Because that space was previously split. This particular tenant is really particular on what they want for an AC. So they want a brand new AC, so it's $56,000 in brand new AC equipment.
For one little space?
Yeah.
You still gotta rent the space next to the liquor store.
Yes, I gotta rent the space next to the liquor store.
You got a vacancy. Is anybody marketing it?
We need to sit down and talk about the roof on that building. It's about time to start looking at bids to get it replaced.
How much of a roof?
All of it.
The whole fucking place?
Yeah.
83 lights. Can you take one down and see what it costs to replace them versus painting them? We got Tampa.
Yeah, I got another roof leak.
Big leaks fixed.
Okay, well, I mean, it's time to start putting new roofs on shit.
Well, you patch what you have to patch, you get away with it, then you delay it as long
I've been patching that roof that I'm talking about since we bought the place.
Get the shit happy uses.
I can.
Try it.
So what? I'll do that, and then it'll leak in 6 months, and then I spend $50,000 when I gotta replace the roof.
Well, figure out what we gotta do. You have no roof leaks. What else? Rat problems?
Done.
What do you got there?
This is a lie.
Oh my God, take the cover off.
Can you put this back up there? Let me see what it looks like without the trim. I'll come out there and look at it. Englewood, I want to get out there and look at that lot to make a decision whether we're going to pave it or not. We'll go out there.
$18,000 for the plans.
Oh, just the plans? What about the landscaping end? Was the lunch?
All done. They're happy. The only thing they're not happy about is the one tree that's blocking their sign.
Whack it.
No, I'm not going to whack it. I'm going to trim it.
Oh, shit. That looks good.
It's clean.
Paint them or replace them. See how much those range costs we can buy them.
I wouldn't think twice about it.
Yeah, see about painting them if you can't replace them. Find out what's a bit more cost effective.
Powder coat them.
That's called asset management. And I got 2 asses to help me. Where are we? We're at the grand opening of Gelato, baby! And here's the owner right here. Well, he is when his wife ain't around. So we're here at the grand opening, and everybody is going to give everybody free food today. So I brought everybody I can think of. Very good. Well, take care of your crowd and get the show on the road. Let's go. I got a fucking day.
2, 3, cut.
Let me tell you a little something about me. When it's Saturday night, I need take the blow on some
Tonight, we took Jimmy Hart out to the movies. We saw their Elvis, baby. You know why? Because Jimmy Hart grew up in Elvis. Same town, same place, same everything. He toured us around all the goddamn place. Can you shut up? I'm recording. No, it's public fucking property. That's right. You go over. Goddamn bumps on the bench. We took Jimmy out to the movies. Because once a week, Jimmy gets to go leave the house.
Hey, wait a minute. Who works for who? You work for Paulie? Does Paulie work for you? Hey, listen, I get...
Problem is, people don't appreciate you after all these years. Like he's talking to somebody so fucking important. Who are you talking to, Paulie? Who are you talking to? To Pudgy? No fucking respect. You're that fire. Leave me alone. And she wouldn't stop coughing through the whole fucking thing.
When I was in Memphis and he passed away, my friend George Klein, who was part of the movie, I got to see Elvis when he was laid to rest in his casket at Graceland. I was one of the first 200 people in there. And I never will forget one thing, and I told Ben, his hands were folded in the casket, and he had a beautiful ring that said TCB, taking care of business.
Did you enjoy the movie?
I loved it.
All I know, as soon as the movie started, he's got a big giant thing of popcorn. She's got a big giant thing of popcorn. And the popcorn gets stuck in my throat. I got stuck coughing. You gave me popcorn. It got stuck in my throat.
No, you weren't shoving the popcorn. There's a difference. You were like... and the whole time...
great movie. It was. I recommend it to everybody. It showed the true shit. They showed what a ruthless manager he was. They showed that he had drug use problems. They showed it all. It was a great movie because it felt like it was true, real, like Jimmy, real. Oh, and by the way, I got him and Paulie in on the senior discount. This ticket was only $8 instead of 12. I don't even check. I could have gone into senior. What's the story, lady? You want a quick bite somewhere or what?
I don't care, whatever you guys want.
Is there anything open at 9:39 on Sunday night? We've been in there for 3 hours and I didn't smoke a fucking cigarette. I sat still with my mouth shut.
You can quit. No, you were coughing, but yeah.
All I gotta do is sit around and watch Elvis movies all day and I want to smoke, right? Come on, Jimmy, close your own goddamn door. Adios, amigos. Just enjoy it. What are you digging for gold?
We're doing the Dave's Hot Chicken Reaper Challenge.
Oh my God. What are you doing, Rafal? Leave me alone today. I'm not having a good day. I just did a nice consult with Ben. That was good. But as soon as I'm at one hotel, Happy says, you have to come to Holiday Inn. We have big problem. Now that I get here, it looks like we have big problems. What are you digging for gold?
It's fully collapsing.
How far do we gotta go to find the new trick pipe?
That comes from the grease trap on the other side.
Where's the pipe turn good? Can you put a sleeve in it?
Oh, we have to go. We don't know it yet. We have to blow it up.
What do you want to do? You can't fuck around with this. You want to get a plumbing out, get a company out here? How far do we have to go? You don't know?
From there to here. So till here is good. From here and there, run the camera because it's collapsed.
What are we gonna do? We gotta replace it. We gotta dig it up and replace it. Lady, where's the food? I ain't got time. You're from Australia. Get like a kangaroo and hop into the kitchen and bring us our lunch, please.
Well, I have to tell you, sir, okay? I am a terrible cook, and all of the cooks walked out. So, do you want me to cook you a meal?
You have any factors?
Any what?
TV dinners, factors, anything.
Oh, I'll bring you a tea.
Why did they walk out? Because of you. That's why.
That I can do.
Explain to me, what does Aussie mean?
We like to shorten things. Aussie. Don't want to say Australia. It's way too long.
So Aussie just means Australia?
That's right.
So you're an Aussie?
I'm an Aussie, yes.
Awesome. All right, I think it's cool. Thank you very much.
Is that a cute picture?
Yes, sir. No, what's up? I'm just trying to do you. What's up? Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much. It's like a little ranch. We're having fish, chicken, and beef. All at the same table. Look at that. Talk about variety. Not hopping, lady. Not hopping. Outback would hire her really quick. You know, it's Australian. That's good. No, we're not having a good day. Here's the tip. Send the bill to Happy.
Okay, I'll send you out. Or should you do dishes? Send it back then to do dishes.
We can't do dishes because I gotta go fix the plumbing first. And you're broke. I don't know. We've had a lot of problems ever since you've been around.
You're not videotaping this, are you? We said no.
Hey, at least look at it this way. You earn $20 the honest way.
That's right.
Not like the old days back in Australia.
Yeah, being a convict.
Hopping around like a kangaroo. All right, have a nice day.
You too, Mr. Man.
Uh-oh, this guy looks like trouble.
I was born trouble. And now I'm on video.
So what story?
Okay. As long as we can still get the rod through here, we can still do the burst. Okay? The problem is, I don't know when I can get the equipment and the pipe here and stage to do it.
Let's tear all this up, do we?
pipe goes through and brings the pipe out of the old pipe out of the way.
You understand what he wants to do? All right, how long and how much?
I've got to check with the price of the material right now. But we were at 65